Hello. Hello, hello. Wait, 0 viewers? Why is there 0 viewers? Oh, there's one. There is one viewer now. 0 viewers. Do you see how sad my streaming career is? 0 viewers. 0 viewer Andy. Well, not anymore. Now I'm a 1 viewer Andy. It's okay. Oh, since I'm a 1 viewer Andy, we might as well do something wild. It's okay. When there's 1 viewer, I can allow myself to let myself go. It was 0 when I came in. Well done. Now it's 1. Till all are 1. Till all are 1. Now it's not 0 anymore. It's not 0 anymore. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I'd say that cool. That cool. Oh my gosh. So how are you? I can ask you now. How are you? I'm gonna warm up with a video game, as always. Or something. A warm up with a warm up. A warming up. All right. All right. Resident Evil. My thumbnail. I think there's nothing unsavory on here. How do I turn it off? Huh. Baldur's Gate 3? How is Baldur's Gate 3? Are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying your Baldur's Gate 3 time? 4 people. I am blessed on this day. I've been blessed with a huge audience like never ever before. 4 people. Keep them coming. Who should I play as? Tell me who should I play as? You're probably a comic book fan, right? Who should I play as? Who's your favorite Marvel character? Marvel superheroes. The Hulk, Wolverine, Spider-Man, Magneto, Juggernaut, Blackheart, Shumagorat, Captain America, Psylocke. I'm gonna go with Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Alright, we're gonna wait for people to fill in the, you know, that block. Swing. Alright. Oof. Stars and Stripes. Swing. Look, Statue of Liberty is flooded. Poor Captain America. Wow. Guess you're concentrated on Baldur's Gate. Oh my god. I've caught wind that Biden's not doing so great when it comes to his chances. Is that true? Or is it just bad rumors? Is Biden just a victim of slanderous rumors? Uh-oh. Characters like the Juggernaut have the super armor thing. Like the heavy character, that's the compensation for being big and slow. And they also add more, cause more damage, of course. Uh-oh. Earthquake. This game is making me mad. Because I suck. Whenever I suck at something, I get mad. Which should leave me mad a lot. That's okay. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Attacking me while I'm down. 7. Hey. Magneto. The Jewish character. Magnetic shockwave. All right. I'm supreme. Uh-oh. Huh. Oh my god. Oh my god. So annoying. my gosh. We're changing game. I suck too much at this one. Oh my gosh. I'm not doing very well. Marvel superheroes, huh? Oh. I wonder. Wolverine? I'm feeling hot and bothered. Oh.
Smart bar, Unity. Repulsor blast, Unity. Repulsor blast, Unity.
All right.
Smart bar, Unity. Unity.
Hello, fake Alical Parker. Yes, I mean I haven't rage quit. I'm still playing the game. Technically speaking. Welcome. You're my second viewer tonight. Also, thank you for the $5. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Superior attack. Oh, sorry. Glitchmaster, welcome. Welcome, Glitchmaster. I guess I do have some viewers now. My goodness. My goodness. 2 people here, 2 people there. It's okay. It creates a crowd in its own right. Would you not agree? I've been looking into a little bit of a thing. I've been looking into quite a few things actually. Historical things. Exciting. Are you excited yet? I quit this game. It's too hard for me. It's too difficult. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Especially since I'm so hot. And by hot, I don't mean pretty hot. I mean hot temperature-wise. I'm feeling hot temperature-wise. How is everyone? Everyone that's watching anyway. Let's go back to the full screen. Let's go back to the nice new layout that I've got here. How is everybody that have decided to be here tonight, today, depending on what time zone you're in? I am well. You are well as well. You are all well. Everybody's well without exception. Nothing's going wrong. Everything is going perfectly. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Can complain when watching lose has a like a loser. Okay, I get it. I understand. I get the message. Loser has a. You snooze, you lose. You snooze, you lose when you're Lucy. I get it. I get it. Or for people. People heard that I'm a loser and they return to watch me. Watch me do a hair thing. Lose has a. I'm so sad. Demon Mama did a whole thing for me. A whole shout out. But the page was not working, so nobody donated. She even couldn't donate. It's a sad fact of life. Because the fundraiser page only started working after all the shout outs, all the promotion. People were like, I'm gonna donate. And then the donation option did not work. So nobody donated in the end. The fundraiser still sits at 6 donations or something. 320 złotys. We'll get them next time, maybe. We'll see. Hopefully we can get some people in the seats in the stream. We'll see. We'll see. Small steps for a small streamer. Small baby steps for a baby streamer. Isn't that right? Is that not right? I'm gonna be talking about some things today. I'm gonna be talking about various topics. I'm gonna check something like this. Like it's impossible. Like there must be. Something must be wrong. Oh, thank you for the $10. Small donor for a broke viewer. Wait, what happened? You're kidding. No, no way. No, holy no way. That's impossible. Really? What? What the fuck? What? I thought it was a joke, but apparently birthday spending. But you said you had a great job and stuff. Am I the cursed streamers that take people that are successful financially and turn them bankrupt? I had a few viewers that were generous to me and then they were like, oh no, my situation has drastically worsened. I really hope your trajectory is not like that as well. Gonna be like, oh no, I went bankrupt. You know, I just, yeah. I used to be rich, but now I'm homeless. I was like, oh. I was like, oh damn. But thank you for the $10. Well, it's your birthday? Is it your birthday? Speaking of, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. I guess, thank you. June 22nd. I am working hard on the... I've got problems, but it's okay. I'm gonna work them out. I'm gonna work out all them problems. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be... everything's gonna be okay. Hopefully. I voted for Biden in 2016. 2016, I voted for Biden. Could be worse. Yeah, that's right. I voted Biden in 2016. Before it was cool. When Biden was much, much younger. And by much, much younger, I mean like, I don't know, a few years younger. When it was cool and hip. It was very, I don't know. Let's just do a reaction thing because I feel like you're getting bored. One Polish, one Hillary, three, huh? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Polish people can vote anywhere they want because we're a free people. And as a free people, we can vote for whomever, whenever we want. It's like our prerogative or something. It's the Polish prerogative. MBN? Maybe baby naughty is how I read this abbreviation. Okay, let's do a react. React to our favorite streamer, President Sunday. Oh, must be nice. Oh, stop, you're so silly. I see. It's okay. At least I have hair now, okay? At least I have hair now. Do you know how bad my hair used to be before I started this whole procedure? Do you know how bad my hair used to be? Well, if you're curious, you can actually track my hair's development if you're curious about it. You can just watch one of the earlier streams when I showed my face, and you can see how much less hair there is. Okay. Estrogen grew back my hair. Estrogen gave me my hair back. And now I'm happy again. I've got hair, so I'm happy. Isn't that nice? I can do this. This thing. I look cool. I have messy hair on stream. Just like this. Isn't that right? 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 Wait, hold on. Let's see. Let's do some sort of inspection. Jesus Christ. Listen, listen. Let me inspect if all of my gigglers. Oh yeah, I might as well. Hold on. Might as well do the e-begging. E-begging is my speciality, as you may know. As you may know, e-begging on the internet is my speciality. Just like Sith Lords are Obi-Wan Kenobi's speciality. E-begging is my speciality. So we're gonna go to the global chat in the Giggle card. We're gonna add everyone. And I'm gonna say, please, 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 come to stream. There we go. Begging is complete. The cycle is complete. It is complete. You will pay. You will pay for your lack of vision. I have to make double sure. That's impossible. It's impossible. Ukrainian acts of terrorism carried out against civilians and nuclear power plants illustrate a deliberate strategy of violence and escalation rather than a genuine pursuit of peace. Jesus Christ. What a timeline we're living in. Jackson Hinkle. The boxing match ducker. Oh my god. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I just cannot. My full speech at the United Nations today on how Ukraine terrorism could start World War III. Oh my god. Of course, anytime Henkel tweets anything, there's a reader added context. There's a Zaporozhye nuclear power station in southeastern Ukraine. Within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. Yeah, it is shut down. Actually, there's worry that it might not be ever turned back on again. Just saying, because the damage is so extensive that there's actually, I've actually heard there's been talks of it staying permanently off. So, you know, just a little bit of a thing to think about. That the thing might just end up being turned off forever. Because Russia is Russia. Jackson Henkel, such an individual, such a character. Maybe we'll talk about it a bit today, later. We'll see. We'll see if we'll be up to talking about that or something. We have a few things to talk about, so we'll see. We will see. Lucy will see. Okay. We'll see. Let me check something. No. That's acceptable to me. Wait, hold on. Where's there a fly? Oh my god. Why is there a fly in my room? Oh my god, so unlucky. Having a fly in the room is so unlucky. Okay, let's just jump into the reacts or something. I wanna see some woke TikTokers. I wanna see President Sunday complain about him. I please donate so I can get a fly killing thing. Wow. My bids for donations are getting more and more desperate as time goes. It's honestly getting sad. It's okay. I'm a sad individual. I'm a sad individual because I'm Polish, and Polish people are sad individuals. It is known. It is like law, basically, of the jungle. And now I've lost the browser on which I had the White Forest. Where is it? Oh my god. Did I turn it off by mistake? Well, it doesn't matter. Because we can just... That's as nice as this music is. There we go. I'm ashamed to have Jackson in my name. Oh, you have Jackson in your name. At least it's not compared with Hinkle. Oh my god, what's happening? What is... What is happening? It's that fly. It's just the fly. It's the fly is getting to me. It's okay though. At least your name is not Jackson Hinkle. So it's... Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Republic, but
What a messy stream, but it's okay. It's my stream, so it's like messiness is like par for the course or something. Isn't that right? Isn't that just something that you expect at this point? Isn't that something that you're like primed for? All right. We're doing a reaction or something. Because things are getting Lucy quirks. That's right. I'm a quirky streamer. That's why so many people watch me. How many people do watch me? It adds to the authenticity. True. True. I'm authentic as it gets. Oh my gosh. One mistake after the other. I'm a mistake. I'm an original streamer because all streamers are, I don't know, what you call it. Oh yeah, oh my gosh, what's the word? Confident. Yeah, that's the word, confident. And I'm like the opposite. So I guess that's my originality. That's my originality factor. All the other streamers are like confident and stuff, and I'm like the opposite of confident streamer. Okay. React. Click. Oh look, it's President Sunday. President Sunday is confident. President Sunday is a confident person. So let's watch him. I will siphon some of his. Oh wait, isn't today? Weren't we supposed to debate Wick and I? What happened to that? Oh wait, no, I think he... I'm gonna check something. I think he moved it or something. Yeah, he moved it. Never mind. Our super important debate with Wick about orcs or something. I was supposed to be yesterday. Where is... It's gonna be about orcs. And it's not it's actually not the orc discussion that you think. It's about actual orcs from Dungeons and Dragons, the real important discussion. Where's that group I was in with Wick? I'm gonna click on it and see. Where are you? Woke orcs up. Yes, actually, that is actually unironically the thing. Here you go. Oh no, he moved it. What day works best for you next week? Next week I'm gonna be out of the country unless you can get me a laptop. Orcs, you mean the bad guys? Yes. Those orcs. Orcs, the orcish hordes. Wick's gonna argue that it's horrible how they changed the artwork for Dungeons and Dragons orcs, and I'm gonna argue that it's not a big deal. It's gonna be a whole big event. It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be exciting and cool, isn't it? It's gonna be like, oh my god, oh my god. The orcs. The orcs became woke. And the dwarves, oh my god, the dwarves became even more woke. This is supposed orc, I bet. Yes, that's right. How did you know? I'm from Poland. I mean the way Tolkien. Oh wow, Philip August. I guess you still choose to watch my stream over Dragon Ball Z's. Wow. I feel honored that you actually choose my stream over Dragon Ball Z's. But I keep tabs on streamers. So if you have any money to spare, actually, because I keep tabs when it comes to Ukraine related stuff. So if you actually do have some money to spare, then there is like I guess, what's it called? Mute. Okay, I'll chat something to you from. What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean by that. Oh no, I say I keep tabs. I don't watch all the streams. I am aware that they're happening. Okay? I have YouTube. So let me see. I'm gonna go to the YouTube. To the YouTube. I'm gonna go to YouTube. And let's see. DBZ, Kid Not Kid, Luxander, Riverboat Jack, President Sunday, I'm not sure. Charity stream on DBZ. So I guess because I do like Ukraine related initiatives, I will share this one since it's like a demining thing. And demining is like important and stuff. Especially since, for example, did you know that Vietnam is still to this day extremely mined? Did you know that ever since the war in Vietnam, Vietnam has still not been demined after all these years? I mean, it's not been that long ever since the Vietnam War ended, but it's still, a lot of it is still mined and dangerous. You cannot go to many places because of the mines. Did you know that? and it's gonna take some time to demine still. So I'm always very, uh, I'm always very, how do you say, sympathetic towards these sort of. I don't usually promote other streamers stuff, but demining is. I think demining makes it sort of worth it. So if you have any extra resource to spare to help Ukrainian forces to, like, how much of Ukraine is basically mined right now? I think 1/3 of the country, that's the estimate, is mined or more. There are estimates that say it's more. It's gonna take like a one, like, some say that it's gonna take 100 years to complete the demining of Ukraine. So we're not gonna live, we're not gonna be alive for a Ukraine that is completely demined. That's basically the gist of it. The next generations are gonna be witnesses to mine-free Ukraine, and that's sort of like a estimation that doesn't take into consideration that the war is still going on, that more mines are still being placed, and of course, this estimation does not take into consideration that future conflicts might still erupt in which even more mines can be placed. But yeah, it's always support demining. And also, if you can support things like medical supplies, that's also super important. There's this Polish uh, field medic that I follow on Twitter. I went to his lecture in a Polish city. So he went back to Poland for a bit and he gave a whole medical lecture on how field work works in Ukraine, and was a very specific, very technical speech because I actually made it only to the end because my train got late, but it was at a medical school, which meant that it was very technical. Like, it went into the details of what sort of injuries soldiers sustain, what sort of procedures you go into to save the soldiers, what sort of, and he also went into detail on the problems of Ukrainian bureaucracy when it comes to field medicine, how it could be great to update certain standards when it comes to um, field medicine in war, but it's difficult because the proper paperwork is not always being kept, and without proper paperwork, you do not have this um, reproductivity factor, which is important when creating new standards. You see? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? Now I got into it. I got into a whole ramble, about medical field work. But I do have a lot of sort of sympathy for those, especially volunteer doctors that go to Ukraine, to the very most dangerous parts of the battlefield, to the trenches. And they get shot at, they get shelled. Russians don't care that, technically speaking, you should not target medical personnel during war. They actually super targeted because if soldiers cannot be evacuated to get treatment, then that means that they cannot return to the battlefield. And that is why Russia actually does target both injured personnel that is being evacuated and doctors that treat patients. Just so you know, it's unfortunately a thing that happens. Very recently, one of the doctors that work with the medical field medic that I follow actually got hit pretty bad. Like, his leg got hit pretty bad, but I'm pretty sure they were able to save the leg to stabilize him and send him to Poland for further treatment. So a field medic that sort of went to the front line to treat others found himself suddenly in need of treatment himself because he got hit by the Russians. And that unfortunately will happen. Oh, and one more thing about those volunteer medics. They usually start out, which sort of levels up, it elevates my level of respect for them, that they will go to the front line, etc. They will treat people, and usually they will start out by covering all of the medical supplies from their own pocket. You know, they will buy all of the medical supplies from their own money. Usually, those sort of medics do not receive, well, let's say they're from Poland, they will not receive any support from the Polish government, and they will not receive much support from the Ukrainian government either. So they will go and they will sort of um, buy all the necessary equipment that they need to treat Ukrainian soldiers from their own personal money, which is pretty admirable if you think about it, you know? Like this dedication to saving lives. And then once, because the doctors who spent a lot of their time at the front line do not have infinite amount of money, so once their own money sort of starts running dry, and you also need to have money to survive yourself, right? You need to, I don't know, have basic things like roof above your head and food, stuff like that. So they usually end up resorting to fundraising. They usually start fundraising sooner or later once their own money starts running short. Usually create fundraisers for, well, medical supplies. Sometimes it's also for medical vehicles, because it's not always ambulances in which um, the wounded are evacuated in. Sometimes it's repurposed um, civilian vehicles. It's pretty bad once the battle vehicles have to be repurposed for the sake of evacuating the wounded, because any vehicle that is used for that is a vehicle that is not used to fight. So that is also a dilemma of sorts. That is always taken into consideration. See, isn't that great? We're talking about um, the realities of field medics in Ukraine while watching President Sunday's face. How are we feeling about that? How are we? What's the what's the what's the atmosphere in the chat? Because I've noticed that once I went into this whole rant, the whole chat just went quiet and didn't write anything. When I was blumbering, and I don't know, losing windows and making mistakes, everybody was commenting on that. And now, once I've started a whole spiel about the field medics, everybody went silent. Is it because everybody went to donate to the demining effort? Everybody's silently filling out the. Everybody's just silently filling out the donation page on the demining thing. Is everybody just donating to the demining now? I just don't know what to add. You can add anything you want, and anything will be great. So yeah, if I think of any more rants to do, then, but yeah, do consider I know this whole rant has been about medicine and medical field work, but do consider clicking on that link, and I don't know, those contributing a bit to making Ukrainian civilians a bit more safe. Especially, it's not reported that much because, I don't know, I guess it's not super exciting. battle news. But actually, a lot of children in Ukraine get hurt from the mines. A lot of children accidentally walk into the mines and get hurt badly by them. So, if you're sensitive when it comes to the suffering of children, and also please consider to donating to the demining thing, because I'm seeing quite a few reports of children accidentally in Ukraine walking into mines and hurting themselves. You know? And it can be helped. It will happen, especially in the countryside areas of the country where there is mines. It will happen, unfortunately. Until the area is demined, of course, then it won't happen anymore. So, whenever there is a demining initiative, I will be there to try to support it as much as I can with my limited platform and my limited resources, admittedly. Although we're growing slowly but surely, we are growing bit by bit, one viewer at a time. You know, it makes it more intimate. It makes it more intimate that we're growing one viewer at a time. It means that I know all of my viewers and they know me. You know, the true streamer experience, the true interaction between the chat and the viewers. My chat is not just a faceless mob to me. I know all of my viewers. So I guess that's a big plus, right? All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's do this React thing, because this was supposed to be a React to President Sunday complaining about socialist TikTokers, and it turned into a rant about demining, children getting hurt on mines, medical field workers, Russia targeting medics, and a Polish medic getting hurt. So I think we might have gotten sort of, kind of, a little bit out of topic, you know? Okay, let's watch. Maybe everybody will have more to comment about the woke TikTokers. You ready? Say ready in the chat if you're active participants of the stream. Press the ready button. Say I'm ready. Ready. Fake Alec Cal Parker is ready. Is anybody else ready? Or is nobody ready? Ready, says Glitch Master. Perfect. Ready. I just died in Elden Ring. Oh, maybe I should play some Elden Ring today. I cannot afford that. Okay, listen. This is the first time ever that a new expansion to Final Fantasy XIV has come out, and I cannot buy it because I cannot afford it. I should be playing MSQ and Final Fantasy, and I'm not. Just a little bit of like a complaint. Also, I've not even finished the base Elden Ring. Just saying. Also, I forgot how to play it. That's okay. That's neither here nor there either. What will happen in Ukraine if Trump wins? Well, there's a high possibility that if Trump wins, he'll just give up Ukrainian territory for the sake of quote-unquote peace. That's basically what... He'll just massacre the whole thing. I'm not sure if I want to think about it. Let's just think about woke TikTokers for now. Then we can talk about... Because we're going to be talking about Biden. So... I guess... It's inevitable that we'll also be going to talk about... We'll also going to be talking about Trump, since we're going to be talking about Biden and his... We're going to do a mandatory Destiny segment for the algorithm. We've recently done the mandatory Varsh segment for the algorithm, and now we're going to be doing the Which actually the mandatory VAR segment still has to be uploaded as a, or have I already? I think I've already uploaded the mandatory VAR segment. I think it was the debate. So now we're gonna be uploading the mandatory Destiny segment. So I have to leech like a leech out of those bigger creators. Have to do it. It's my duty. Okay. What am I doing? What am I even doing with the phone? Why am I playing with the phone while I'm streaming? Should not be playing with my phone. But I want to check something on YouTube. Oh, we've gained a subscriber. It's been 1,323 and now 1,324, which means that we've gained a loyal fan. Isn't that great? We all excited? Any new comments? Oh, damn. Santander Bank has abandoned free 500 QL generators in Bletchley, Milton Keynes, but they won't donate them to Ukraine. Interesting. Interesting, because I might actually be using that bank in order to get a battery, so that's some karmic justice. Okay. Mandatory husband alert. True. I hope to be getting tons of viewership and, I don't know, donations during the mandatory Destiny segment or something. Destiny is going to be talking about Biden. Okay, let's start. Let's just start. I'm incapable. I promise you one thing, and I deliver 10 other unrelated things. You know? I promise one thing, and I deliver 10 other things. You should hold me to task. My audience should hold me to task more. You should, like, you promised this, and you're delivering this, and we came here for this. What is wrong with you? Is what you should be telling me. What is wrong with you? And I should be, I don't know, blushing and being sad and ashamed, which is the Polish way. Okay, let's just, okay.
Okay, just watch this. This is beautiful, okay?
Is it beautiful? It looks pretty manic, to be honest. It looks like it has a bit of a manic energy. Maybe I shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but this person has some, I don't know, there's some manic energy about this person on the screen. What is happening? One bell thing, notification.
This is what real leftism looks like.
Stop going to work. Stop it. All of you, right now. Stop going.
Okay, I'll stop going to work. I will listen. Wait, I'm at work right now. Streaming is my work. Should I have not streamed today?
Quit your job. Just
Oh God.
do it. Just do it.
Don't
Just
let
go
your
Just do it. Just do it.
ahead.
dreams
Do
be
it.
dreams.
Don't be exploited
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
for your entire life. Stop simping for your capitalist overlords who do not.
This person scares me, quite honestly. This person terrifies me. Is it okay if this person terrifies me? Is it okay for me to be terrified by this person? Be a little bit scared? Maybe they're perfectly friendly in real life. Maybe, like... Oh, there's the fly again. The fly on the wall. Maybe it's just perfectly fine, you know? Maybe it's gonna be okay. Somebody should go to Vosh and suggests that he should raid me or something. Since I've reacted to his debate, it should be like, you know, raid me, Vaush. It's your duty. Okay. Let's just
Not love you or protect you or like you. They will melt
What? Who will not love me and protect me?
you down into biomatter and use you as jet fuel for the next flight to space if it came down to it. Stop loving capitalism.
Why is he talking like a robot? Why are his eyes rolled so much up, you know? This is something. This is something and I'm not sure if I like it.
You have no capital. You're not a capitalist. You're a worker. You work for a living. What are you doing? What are you doing? Methinks the chud doth loveth the boot too much, if. Remove the boot from your throat. Why are you giving your life away to these overlords? Why are you giving your life away to
Overlords. Can you even make hydrolyze efficiency from your... Can you even make hydrolyze efficiency from your body? Of course. If you're an overlord, you can do anything. Which makes me want to play that Dungeon Keeper game. I think it's called War of the Overlords. Hold on. Overlord. Needy Streamer Overload. What the hell is that game? Needy Streamer Overload. There's a game called Needy Streamer. I bet Moho knows this game. Needy Streamer Overload. I guess it's about managing a streamer. A Japanese name. Let me just change it to check the store. Needy Streamer Overload is a multi-ending ADV. Overwhelmingly positive. Oh my. Maybe I'll just look it up. Let me look it up. Needy Streamer Overload. Can you link that Polish medic somewhere later? Oh yeah, of course. I can link him right now. Of course. Why? Are you curious about him? Oh my god. I think I like something of him. The fly is here. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna... Wait, why was that post? Jesus. Okay, I think I've liked something of his recently. Where is he? I'm gonna link him right now. Hold on. I'm gonna find him in a second. Don't worry. I'm gonna... Oh my gosh. I'm gonna find him real quick. I think it's Damian something. Damian something. Hold on. I like too many things on Twitter. There's also this Polish journalist that basically lives with a Ukrainian military unit, and she is a YouTube. It's been the anniversary of the formation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth very recently, but let's focus on finding the medic. Oh gosh, the fly, the Lord of the Flies. Please donate so I can kill the flies. Oh my gosh, when was the last time I liked anything from that medic? Okay, I'm just gonna look him up. Damian Oh, it's Damian Duda. It's the name, the same surname as the president. Polish combat medic. So I guess I'm just gonna link his Twitter. It's kind of weird. Okay, this is the Polish medic. It's Philip August asked for it. It's the Polish medic. Okay, I'm looking at the. What is the Japanese name? I'm not sure. But it's like a you manage a streamer. I think the Dungeon Keeper War of the Overworld. I think that's the game. Yeah, War of the Overworld, not the Overlord. Overworld. That's the Dungeon Keeper game. We could. Have I turned the game on by mistake? I have. I've turned the game on by mistake. So now I'm going to have to turn it off. I have no clue how I pressed play on the game by mistake. We're not playing the game now. We're not playing the game now, no. We're doing a segment. President Sunday.
To these
Our best friend. But yes. Parasites. Why are you giving your life away to these parasites? Why are you? That's a good question. It's an excellent question. Why are you?
parasites. There is something called a spine. Grow one. In case you didn't know, you don't.
I have
True. Starve for your spine. Let's starve together.
multiple spines in my hair.
What?
Don't have to be a worm for the rest of your life.
You're welcome. You're very, very welcome, Philip August. After all, I am your... Or so you claim. You claim that I'm your favorite Ukraine streamer. So thank you. I'll be going there soon as well. I just have to take care of one super important thing. I just have to take care of one more important thing and then I can go. Okay, let's...
Don't be a worm.
You can have convictions. You can have
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow, brew?
morals. You can be a better person. Stop going to work.
You can be a better person.
It's
You just caught wind that Jackson Hinkle had a speech at the UN. We're gonna have to watch this. I'm not sure if we're gonna. Let's see. I mean, the night's still young, right? It's only 1 a.m.
so simple, guys. Just stop going to work.
It's true. Who needs food? Who needs housing? Who needs security? Just stop going to work. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, of course. Of course. I'd rather be a better person with a job. True. Oh, Dark Canuck, what brings you to this stream? What brings you to this wonderful stream, the Dark Canuck? I don't think I've seen you here in a while. Don't be alarmed by my questioning. I question everybody as to how they found the stream and, you know, I think you've not been here for a while. In a while. My favorite Polish person, really? Nice, thank you. Thank you. You should consider joining the White Forest page and help me to get a laptop to stream from Ukraine. Ruthless interrogation time, that's true. I'm actually very advanced in working on a battery. So I'm working on a battery right now. And I also would like to be able to work on two other things, laptop and a camera. That would be swell if I could, because I do interviews in Ukraine, you see. I do interviews, but this is my, I'm gonna go full screen for this because it's like this is my tool for interviews. What do you need a battery for? I need a battery for blackouts that happen in Ukraine a lot. Like during my two last trips, I would just be doing my thing, and then there would be a blackout, and I just have no electricity and no internet, and you just sit there and be like, no, actually that's a lie. Usually when there's a blackout, I go out to the city and do stuff. But because a lot of businesses have those super loud electricity generators, so whenever there's a blackout, the city becomes loud with the noise because there's a lot of electric generators that use gasoline, which are very impractical to use indoors. Actually, I found you for President Sunday. Oh, you're a President Sunday watcher. What other streamers do you watch apart from me and President Sunday? So yes. Yes. What other streamers do you watch? So yes, as I've said, I would like to have a camera so that I can do interviews with something more than this. A Motorola phone, you know? It would up my professionalism a bit. Just a tiny bit, you know? So tiny little bit would up my level. I don't even have a microphone to attach to this thing, so I basically just point it at people and hope for the best that the sound will just catch correctly to the phone. These are, maybe I'm using the wrong term. What I actually need is a portable energy station. That is what I need. That is what I'm getting. A portable energy station. And they last for quite a bit. They will last me at least 9 hours of using various things, which is what I essentially need. So Dark Canuck, what other streamers do you watch? And now we'll continue with watching President Sunday roast this TikToker who quite frankly terrifies me. I have to go to the React window for that to happen. I've been titling myself the #1 President Sunday Orbiter because of the whole book thing. Alright, let's continue. The chat has once again went quiet on me. The chat went shy. The chat is once again very shy.
That's it, because this is
Also consider joining my Discord. I keep stun locking the thing that I'm supposed to be doing in, I don't know. I guess this is my ADHD that I just cannot keep on topic. I cannot keep on the segment. I just jump from thing to thing. My psychiatrist told me that it's a strong indicator that I might actually have ADHD. That I just keep jumping from thing to thing like a little grasshopper. I just cannot stay on one thing. A Humble Fool, welcome. Wait, I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, A Humble Fool. How did you find this stream? What other streamers do you watch? How do you like this stream? What do you dislike about this stream? Lucy's the most professional streamer? Wow, I'm not sure if it speaks well of the streamer space. So yes, those are my questions for you, A Humble Fool. As I stun lock once again the whole thing to recommend that you join the Discord and make the Discord stuck on boss in Elden Ring. You should use the bleed build. Those eat through bosses like wild. Okay. Join the Discord and make the Discord lively and chatty. In fact, discuss Ukraine in the Discord. That would be very nice. All right, let's continue. Let's continue looking at this socialist TikToker that horrifies and terrifies me to no end. To no end, indeed. This TikToker terrifies me. And amused as President Sunday from what I'm seeing, his body language. Okay.
This is, as everyone knows, as Karl Marx wrote, capitalism does not involve economic exploitation, which is why workers and capitalists both enter as equal partners in the marketplace. Which is why workers, if they get a bum deal, can just go home and not go to work anymore.
True. That is how that works.
Because that's Sunday, stop the stream, stop working for Google.
True. Stop the stream, Sunday. I should... No, I will not stop the stream. I give myself up to the overlords, okay? I need money to live. Or something.
but money.
True. Well said. But money. Money. Always sunny.
But money. Oh God, you can tell how little of that
Oh boy.
I read, by the way. Look how early that bookmark is in. Oh God, but there's more.
There's even more. It's not out. It's not over. We've went through 2 minutes of this video, and so far, not very much has been commented by me on the video itself. It's been just a stun lock after stun lock after stun lock. Books ain't cheap, hey? They're not. But I've actually, this book collection is actually an inheritance. It's basically a book collection that my grandfather and my father built. So my father died of COVID at the very end of 2020, and so I have inherited his library. This room was the room in which my father would work. Was his workroom. He has gathered all of these books up, not me. So I actually don't even know a lot of these books. I'm still discovering a lot of the titles. There's a lot of interesting titles in here, but basically a lot of them are still a mystery to me. I'd still have to look through all of them. A lot of them are history, which is like there's a really huge history bent in my family. On both sides, on my mother's side and on my father's side, there's a huge history bent when it comes to interests. All right, let's continue. Also, you haven't told me, the Dark Kanak, what other streamers you watch. But also aren't like expensive. Depends on the book, of course. Yeah, there's this. Basically, like in the Jewish Institute of Sciences, I guess. No, of History. The Jewish Institute of History. Some books. I've gotten some books about Polish Jewish history that are 500 pages thick and cost me $1. You gotta admit, $1 for 500 pages book about history is a pretty good deal. You will admit that. My grandma ran the local library in our village. I got them all when she passed, and I have my mother's horror and psychology books after she passed. Yeah, see? we inherit our family's libraries, but you haven't told me still what other streamers you watch outside of President Sunday and I. Dylan Burns, Westside Tyler, Sunday, Demon Mama. Okay, let's go one by one. Demon Mama has shouted out my fundraiser recently on her stream. Demon Mama is always so nice to me. We sometimes DM. I DM with Demon Mama, which is a pretty funny thing to say now that I think about it. I DM with Demon Mama. Isn't that a pretty interesting sentiment? And she opened up the shout out for my fundraiser by saying that that she's shouting out a friend, that that this is for a friend. I'm the friend. So this is the right time to plug it, I guess, because like Demon Mama did a whole long shout out for my thing, but when she did it, she even tried to donate herself. For some reason, the donation company / page decided to block all payment methods on the English version of the page. I called them. They said they did it because they thought something was off, and then I sort of hang up. And then minutes later, they called me and they were like, "Oh yeah, we turned it all on again," without any explanation. They were just, "Oh yeah, we brought it all back. It's all back now." I was like, "Oh, okay," you know. So that's a bit annoying. So Demon Mama sort of shouted out. President Sunday, together with Demon Mama, organized a big fundraiser for my mom when she had her big accident. When a guy ran into my mom with a scooter, motorized scooter, my mom had to have a big surgery, and then she had to have like big rehab. And there was a 12-hour fundraiser for my mom, organized by President Sunday and Demon Mama, which helped me tremendously because without that fundraiser, I would not be able to have money for her rehabilitation, which means that my mom, right after surgery, would have to wait 6 months or more to get rehabilitation that you should be doing right after surgery. So thanks to that fundraiser, she was able to do the rehabilitation right after surgery, which means that thanks to that, she can actually properly walk. Because I suspect that if she didn't have the rehabilitation right after surgery, then her walking would be a little bit more wonky, to put it lightly. Because these things have to happen pretty fast for them to take hold. All right, so that's President Sunday. That's how I know President Sunday. Next, who else do you watch? Westside Tyler. Is Westside Tyler the person that has debated the people about plagiarism? The plagiarism person debater that I reacted to recently? About the people that said historians don't need to cite their sources because, I'm a historian. I don't cite my... Jeez, that was so... I don't cite my sources. I'm a historian. That's what we do. We just steal things. It only depends on what you want to read. If you want to read really old new stuff. I mean, both can be valuable, old and new stuff. So that's Westside Tyler. I reacted to the debate. It was pretty funny. If you want sources, oh yeah, oh my god, that was great. Taking all the sort of citations and locking them beside a separate paywall. And then he was like, "Do you publish your articles for free? Tell me that. Do you publish your articles for free?" or academic papers don't get published just for free. Like, I think I gave this example when reacting to the debate. Imagine if your academic paper got published. You usually write a paper at the end of the university to graduate, at least in Poland. You write this big paper that gets published at the end of university to graduate. That's part of the graduation process. Imagine if you did that, your work got published, but actually you didn't include any citation. You published a separate booklet with all of the citation for your work and dissertation. Dissertation. That's it. Dissertation. So you would publish a separate booklet with all the citations, and you charge for it to get a perfect set of the dessert. That's just wild. So I guess, but I'm just gonna say one thing. You're probably never gonna see me debate like West Side Tyler did. You're probably never going to see me go as aggressively on somebody else's. My debates usually turn into friendly conversations. I've only had so far debates that have turned into friendly conversations. But I've not had many debates. I've had a debate with Lonerbox. I'm not sure if you've seen that one. I've had a debate with food shops. And that's about it. Alright, and finally Dylan Burns, the Ukraine streamer. So he tackles the same subject matter as I. Competition. Competition streamer. So, I guess, what was the loner debate? I had two debates with Lonerbox. One debate was about when the Holocaust happened, which apparently the topic has reemerged because I argue, like Marian Turski, there's this well-known Polish Jewish historian who also happens to be a survivor of Auschwitz death camp, a historian. He's 90-something years old now. He has coined something he calls the 11th sort of commandment: do not be indifferent. The 11th commandment: do not be indifferent. And he explains that Auschwitz did not fall from the sky, that the building blocks for Auschwitz have started all the way back in Germany, like with simple things like bench laws, that Jewish people had to sit on separate benches from German people, that those laws sort of slowly escalated, and that it primed the population for being indifferent when it comes to causing suffering and death to Jewish people. You know? It makes perfect sense. So, in Marian Turski's view, the Holocaust started basically with this build-up to the actual final solution. But I guess, and that's basically the debate that I had with Lonerbox, which actually turned into a friendly conversation. You can sort of look it up. The second debate I had with Lonerbox was about Gaza a bit, because I watched his debate with Kevin Logan, and I had some disagreements, and we sort of talked about that. That was a more recent thing. So that's Lonerbox. Food shops I debated on genocide as a concept. So I guess this topic of when the Holocaust started has re-emerged recently because aristocracy has resumed streaming, I guess. And she said on her stream that anybody that says that the Holocaust began before 1941 is just being played by the Qatar propaganda, which is a strange statement. I guess I would like to get on the aristocracy stream now and talk to her about that, because I don't know. I'm not sure if I would categorize the 90, I think 3 at this point or more year old Polish Jewish historian who survived Auschwitz as a victim of Qatar propaganda. He's a pretty well versed historian, you know? So I guess I wouldn't mind going on her stream and sort of, as a Polish Jewish person, okay? I would not mind going to her stream and discussing that. You know? And with Loner Box, I basically, in the newer debate, I've actually argued, for example, that cutting off electricity to a population does constitute a crime because a lot of critical infrastructure depends on electricity. So I sort of, my position was that cutting that off from civilian population does constitute a crime in my view. So, you know, like, so that's a thing. And so, yes, we've discussed the Dylan Burns, the competition streamer that does Ukraine just like me, and is doing a fundraising thing for demining, which I've actually linked today. You can still see it on. I believe you should still be able to see it on the screen. Yes, you can still see it on screen. Because as I've said, demining is very, very important. So any demining effort, yeah, I think he's having like I believe he might be having like a fundraiser thing for the thing that I've linked, actually. I believe that might be the case. He might be doing. So I've linked it because, you know, demining is important. Demining is very, very important. You admire his passion. You're saying I'm passionless? Listen, I'm a woman, so if you say something, I'm gonna automatically compare. You saying I'm passionless? Are you calling me passionless? The Dark Canuck? Say I got no passion. But yes, do go to that link on the X platform and do contribute to that demining thing. It's very, very important because demining takes a lot of time. I guess I'm gonna repeat the whole thing that I've done before, that I've said before. Like, Vietnam is still mined after all the years from the Vietnam War. You know, there's still places in Vietnam where you cannot go because of the mines, and I see a lot of reports in Ukraine about children getting hurt by mines, walking incidentally into places that are mined. It will happen, you know. Children are not well known for their sort of, especially the younger children are not well known for their sort of, you know, coolness of, you know, demeanor, so they will run to places to play, and they do look like toys as well. That's a whole factor as well. So a lot of children actually get hurt as we speak from the mines, you know. So demining is very, very important, as well as of course medical equipment, but that's neither here nor there. I already did a whole rant about medical equipment today as well, you know. So for now, you know, go to that link that is still visible in the side chat on the screen of the stream and do support the demining effort because it's like super, super, super important. You know? Especially since many things indicate that Ukraine will not be demined within the next 100 years. So anything that can help in speeding up that process is like worth a whole lot. I enjoy your passion as well. I would not watch. Thank you. I know my hands are dry. I've been lurking for a while. I discovered you through Vosh shouting out your mom's fundraiser. Oh, so you're all the way back from the fundraiser. So you've seen the fundraiser for my mom. Which reminds me, this is a very interesting that you found me from the fundraiser for my mom, because my mom actually goes to court tomorrow. My mom actually goes to court for a criminal case, for a criminal battle case, because the guy that ran into my mom with the electric scooter actually is facing criminal charges. But the case might be dropped because of very strange circumstances. The whole thing is very convoluted and weird. The whole case is very convoluted and weird, but my mom's going to the court tomorrow for it to sort of see the thing through. I hope your mom was able to, she was able to recover thanks to the fundraiser actually, because she had the surgery and then she was supposed to have rehab right after, and they told her, yeah, you are entitled to free of charge rehab via the national health care, you know? You just have to wait for 6 months or more. Like, I'm sorry, if you have a surgery that renders you unable to walk and you have rehab 6 months later, then it's gonna probably affect the way you're gonna walk. Enjoy your sass, your electric interests, your good politics, and your nonsense attitude. I hope your mom's legal team absolutely crushes him. It might be very difficult because that person actually has issues of his own and has a lot of sort of, what's it called, medical diagnoses that sort of indicate that that person does not necessarily completely control what he's doing. That's basically the thing, which is why the whole thing will probably just go in the direction of dropping the case. We'll see. I mean, I can sympathize with a person having certain problems and not being completely in control of what they're doing, but at the same time, I'm not a fan of my mom being hurt. And I'm not also a fan of, if someone has trouble sort of controlling what they're doing because of certain mental or otherwise health issues, then I'm not sure if they should be left sort of unsupervised to roam the streets and potentially hurt other people, you know? I think that might not be a controversial sort of statement, that if there's a risk that someone might just hurt somebody else, they might need some sort of supervision, you know, to make sure that they won't. Because in this case, he did. He ran into my mom and told her that she should just get up when she couldn't. And then in a police report, he apparently said that he did it for fun, and that was hilarious and very funny. So well, apparently there's a plea to disrupt. It's a pretty convoluted case. So but yeah, in one of the reports he said that he did it as a prank, and it was hilarious. A hilarious little prank. Also, like, yeah. So yeah, that's basically, yes. So yes, go to the Twitter thing that's on screen and donate to some demining, because as I've said, my ADHD means that I just jump from topic to topic like a grasshopper. And that is a thing that my psychiatrist has pointed out to me, that he said one thing that leads me to believe that you actually might have ADHD is the way you're very chaotic and you just jump from thing to thing instead of just staying on one thing. But on the other thing, you actually successfully learn languages, and people with ADHD usually have problems with learning languages. So that one goes against it, but that one goes for it. So, you know, it's still up in the air. They were supposed to get me a diagnosis, a full diagnosis, but I left the hospital before they could. Maybe I should have stayed a bit longer and gotten the whole. I mean, learning language isn't really hard. I mean, it apparently really, really is for people with ADHD. It apparently really, really is for people with ADHD. See for yourself, language is such a slog for me. So yes, I've shouted out the great cause for the the demining, for the deminers. Okay, let's continue, because I've went from topic A to topic B to topic C to topic D to topic A, E, F, G, and we're only 2 minutes in watching this TikToker guy. And that's actually the main topic of the segment that I'm doing now. Even though I've done 1 billion million other things along the way. So that is my streamer energy. I decided to do a topic. I decided to do a segment. And now we're here. This is where we are. This is what we're doing. Which is why it's hell for my segments to be edited. Editing segments for me is hell. You know? And it's okay. It's okay. Or maybe I should just leave it all in. Maybe I should just leave it all as a gosh. But then I'd actually, if I were to leave this all in, I'd actually have to make proper timestamps for this. Because otherwise it just makes no sense. All right. Okay. Let's continue.
But wait, there's more.
There's even more.
There's more.
There's more.
Let's see here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
So basically the first thing was quit your job. Just quit your job. Don't go to work.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here's your surplus labor
Okay,
value.
here's your surplus labor value. You earned it. No thanks, commie. That belongs to my boss.
What? What is this? What's happening? Oh boy. No thanks, commie. That belongs to my boss.
Okay, here's your surplus labor value. You earned it.
What the hell was that? What was that video supposed to prove?
No thanks, commie. That belongs to my boss.
What is the lesson here?
Is the joke that he's like a shoplifter or something?
I have no clue. I actually don't know. I actually don't know what this is supposed to represent. What is this? Like, here's a bonus for you for your work. I don't accept bonuses. Give it to my. I don't know what this is supposed to represent. He's saying that some workers are like brainwashed into accepting their conditions. I guess, but it's presented in a really strange way. But that is definitely true. Like, I've worked for a corporation. I've worked for a big corporation on a pretty big project. And the person that was right above me in the rank. Oh, you don't like Ratbone, the TikToker. Doesn't sound very likable. But people do get brainwashed. Like, I had this sort of buddy of mine that was a little bit higher in the hierarchy in the company. And he was like, for the sake of the project, I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to stay after hours. I have to do this extra work, that extra work, that for the project without any extra payment. You know? Just sacrificing for the project. That's not a healthy attitude. That's basically exploitation. That's I guess that can be an example of that whole surplus value, you know? That he didn't even take any extra pay. He did a lot of extra work for no extra pay, basically, you know? Cancelled. Damn. Friends don't like him, so cancelled. Oh no. As if some random corporate project would like change the world or whatever. Well, that particular project was about building bus and tram shelters. And it wasn't even primarily about the bus and tram shelters. It was about the advertisement that were to be placed on those shelters. That was the main concern. The visibility of the advertisement that people would buy to place on those shelters.
Can't give subs on mobile, so have this. Thank you, Rick Sire, for the 1999 US. I really appreciate that. I don't even know what...
This is the clue. This is... Oh, no, wait. Never mind. Tonight, don't donate to me. Tonight, the donate to the D-miners tonight. Tonight is the night of the D-miners. If you're gonna donate to anything, donate to the D-mining thing. Eventually. Like maybe if you really want, you can donate to my fundraiser for the laptop and thing and the camera things. But primarily for the demining.
What he's trying to say here.
What is he trying to say?
Okay, capitalism is when iPhone. Let's see this.
iPhone is not.
iPhone.
Critiquing capitalism on an iPhone is not hypocritical.
Oh.
All the technology.
Okay. Sounds like somebody has an expensive iPhone and is trying to, I don't know, cope about it to themselves. And so they say, it's okay. It's okay to have an overpriced phone. Because there are actually phones that are perfectly, I don't know, usable and have similar functions like an iPhone, but are a lot cheaper. Just saying. Is this the Dollar Tree Marks guy? Wait. What's the Dollar Tree Marks guy? And yet you participate in society. True.
Technology that went into the iPhone is public.
Dollar Tree is an American discount brand. I have to get some donations to be able to kill the fly in the room. Help me kill the fly in the room. Is it? Maybe. Maybe one of the TikToks will be about the Dollar Tree. Right now the TikTok is about being a socialist and owning the newest iPhone.
Publicly funded anyway.
Your critique that all the technology that went into the iPhone is publicly funded.
Being critical of a system that you were.
If it's publicly funded, then why do you have to pay so much to get it? As in we have Marks at home. Marks at home.
Forced to participate in does not make you a hypocrite.
Wait, you're not forced to. Come on, okay. There are many things you are forced to in life. Nobody is forced to buy an overpriced iPhone. iPhones are overpriced phones. You basically buy iPhones primarily for the brand. Nobody is forced to buy an iPhone. iPhone is not an essential buy. You know? It's not something you need. You can get a comparable phone for much cheaper. An iPhone is expensive because of the brand, primarily. Someone at work told me, so it's a bit silly to say that you're forced into certain things and then use an iPhone as an example, you know? Someone at work told me US files are slower than non-US files. Is this true? Flies. Oh, that US flies are slower than the non-US. Polish flies are super fast, which I will have to use as spray. I'll have to. No, I misread it. You didn't mistype it. I misread it. I'm just blind like a bat. TikTok is not the place for quality nuanced ideas. It is not. Communism equals hating iPhone. Manufacturing consent against China equals capitalism. We have many types of fly. We have the Polish fly, the one that I hate and that I have to spray later. Okay, let's continue. Just the fly will... Just imagine, you know what? The fly is fine for now. Just imagine you're taking part in a Breaking Bad episode. Just imagine you're watching a Breaking Bad episode, the one about the fly, and it's gonna be fine. And you suddenly the pleasure of watching this stream will skyrocket because you're just gonna be like, it's just like in Breaking Bad, the fly. You know, the obsession of killing the fly and not contaminating the lab. There you go. I've made a reference. I've made an amazing reference because I'm smart. I've turned a bad situation into an amazing situation. Huh? Nice. The fly should not have expanded NATO. True. It's like in that anime that I've never watched. Okay. Let's continue because now we are 3 minutes in and I've done all of the tangents still. So let's continue. But while we're on tangents, please don't forget to donate to the demining effort. Okay, let's continue.
I'm sure the feudal lords, as they were being beaten with
The feudal lords?
the pitchforks they gave to their serfs, observed the irony too.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. What was pretty awesome? Am I pretty awesome?
Critiquing
That was terrible.
Was it terrible? If capitalism...
Okay. Let's see. That's technically true.
Capitalism works for you, then why
Oh.
are you literally working for it? If you're a
If capitalism works for you, then
There
what?
was also this TikToker that did a thing about Ukraine, about coffee grinding. But now we're not gonna be going into that today. But I saw the TikToks about coffee grinding in Ukraine.
Are you literally working for it? But you're not. You're not working for capitalism. You're working for capitalists. That's the difference.
True.
Capitalism.
Oh, same guy. It's the same guy. Okay. Damn. That explains a lot, actually. If that's the same guy from the Ukraine coffee thing, that explains a lot. That explains the quality of the TikToks, for one.
Is a state of affairs. It's not a team.
capitalist, then where is your capital? Owning a home and a car, or even a second home and a second car, is not owning capital.
Wait. What? How is it? Isn't it? Wait, if you own a second home, at that point, don't you own capital? What if you rent the second home out? At that point, isn't that literally capital? The Fly, the Breaking Bad. Is that literally capital at that point? Help me out here. How is it not capital to own a second home?
Those things are personal property fit for personal consumption.
What if you rent out the second home? What then? Checkmate. It's not just private property at that point, is it?
That's not private property. Private property is the means of production. Private property is capital.
No, they are private property. They just aren't capital. That's the difference.
You don't have any capital, so therefore you're not a capitalist. Just like if you're a white person and you call yourself black, it doesn't make you a black person.
What if you're mixed race and you present white? Okay, never mind.
In order to be a capitalist, you materially have to have the wealth of a capitalist. You have to own the means of production. You have to be exploiting a workforce. In today's age of monopolies and finance
If you own homes, you own land, but it's probably a definition thing. Like, if I remember econ from my undergrad, the factors of production are land, labor, and capital. And the examples given for capital are usually things like factories or machinery, etc. But even small small, if I remember correctly, small sort of workshop owners in the 19th century were considered on the brink, on the sort of, on the very border of being, you know? And this hair. Anarchists should still use your second home, especially in America. Lots of empty houses, even more home. That's very strange. Actually, I've had this in Poland. There's this hobby that I've been invited to partake in. It's sort of exploring, and here we are. It's minute 420 out of 17. We're on another tangent, but it's okay. So I've been invited to partake in this hobby that people have, exploring abandoned buildings, exploring abandoned bunkers. I think I've done it twice. I went to a nuclear shelter in a Polish forest. That was interesting. We went underground. It's abandoned. It's totally abandoned. If you can find it, you can just go and explore it. You need a flashlight and you need to be careful because some of it can be a bit dangerous. So we went there with flashlights to that abandoned nuclear. That was years ago. It was under a school building, and the school building is abandoned as well. People usually use those grounds to play military with paintballs or something right now. That play military sort of things. At least there was a group that did that when we sort of went exploring. And the second place that I've went to explore was an abandoned milk factory, you know? And we went through that milk factory. There was still machinery. It was a very old milk factory. It was also falling apart. That's also part of the risk of exploring these old buildings, that there's also always a risk that, I don't know, the floor will crumble beneath you and you'll, I don't know, fall 1 or 2 stories below. But we went to the upper floor and there was like a bedding. There was like this string, and on the string clothing was sort of drying, and we sort of realized that like a homeless person sort of made this abandoned milk factory their home. And suddenly I didn't feel like I was exploring an abandoned building, but I felt like I was intruding into someone's home. Suddenly it felt like breaking and entering instead of like an exploration thing, you know? And it felt really weird. Like to sort of intrude into someone's private space. You know? Oh, I usually leave the streams up so you can watch the whole stream. But I love for people to also watch the clips, you know, to watch the segments that are uploaded as clips. But yes, usually people can access the streams. I guess, but it still felt like intruding into someone's private space, sort of, you know? Well, technically speaking, wasn't a common space because the place was abandoned and off limits. So there's also that aspect, you know. A lot of those spaces that you go explore are actually off limits because they're crumbling buildings. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to go there because, as I said, the floor might, for example, crumble below you and you might fall and hurt yourself. All right, let's continue Present Sunday. Also, see you, Humble Fool. Thank you for tuning in. I hope to see you tuning more. Tune in more. I hope to see more people tune in more. To watch my hijinks, the stream hijinks. Lucy has a stream, the fly stream. All right, let's continue. Let's continue watching President Sunday because we have the fly spoke. I know, scolding me. All right, let's watch President Sunday. Watch this guy, because this is a 17-minute video. We've been at it for a while. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to grow an audience, but I have no clue how. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to grow an audience, and I have no idea how. But you know, listen, I grow my audience one person at a time, which means that I know all of my viewers, as I've said before. It makes it more intimate. With me, you get the ultimate streamer experience with ultimate interaction with the chat. To other streamers, the chat is just a faceless mob. To me, I know everyone, basically. Okay, let's continue. Let us continue.
Capital. That means you are a monopolist. You control the entire global
A monopolist? You play Monopoly?
finance system. You don't do that, dog. Okay, you can't even afford a computer. Technically, you're not.
Holy crap! Now I feel called out because I'm fundraising for a laptop. That felt like that's just that felt personal. You can't even afford a computer. Oh damn, that felt personal. Oh no. That felt like a personal attack on me. Cuz nobody's That is so I'm still so sad about Demon Mama doing a whole shout out for the fundraiser and people being so eager to donate, but all the options of payment were turned off by the fundraising page. Do you have a computer? That's right. That's right. I have a computer that I didn't buy. I got it as a gift. So I still could not afford it, technically speaking. I got it as a gift. So there you go.
Not even a homeowner.
Yeah, but individual capitalists don't do that either. Capitalists as a class do. So that's kind of strange.
Well,
Because the banks own your home and you make.
that's only if you still paying off mortgage. If you're not paying credit for your house, then the bank does not own your house. If you have your house paid off, then you don't. Then you own your house.
a mortgage payment to the bank. The banks own everything. You want to know how I know you're not a
Yeah,
capitalist?
but mortgages don't last forever. At some point, you pay it off.
Because the banks own you. Okay? The banks own everything. Unless you control large swaths of the global finance system like a Larry Fink or a Jamie Dimon, then you're not a capitalist, okay? Sorry to ruin your day. More good, hard-working,
The banks.
sincere working class people need to understand that capitalism is the private ownership of public resources and socialism is the social ownership of public resources. Another way
I agree with where he's trying to get, which is that like the bottom 99% have common interest against the 1%, even though the top 10% are way richer than the bottom 90%. I guess.
to put that is that the workers control the means of production.
Well, I think they wouldn't be... Okay, if you say dog one more time in chat, I'm banning you because it annoys me.
Damn. I don't ban my chatters. That's also a thing that I don't do, okay? Unless they start throwing slurs at me. Which is okay. it usually only happens to me with Polish viewers, interestingly enough. The only time I got hate and bigotry was when Polish viewers decided to tune into my stream. They'd be like, why don't you cut your hair, dude? Cut your hair. Cut that hair of yours, dude. That's the soft side of the things that they would write in Polish to me, but you know.
It wouldn't be the private ownership of public resources. It would simply be the privation of land, right? Because it's definitionally not a public resource if it's private. That's what that means. Public means communally held by a community.
Thank you for that.
And not lazy capitalists.
Don't cut your hair. It's lovely. I know. There are people that appreciate my hair. Certain people. Hey.
Who don't work. I really just want you to hate capitalism as much as it hates you.
Land should be exactly. Land should be a public resource. I think it was Karl Marx, actually. I don't know if he figured this out, but he posted the thing. Yeah, here we go. Because he posted this. So apparently, it's this guy here, Andrew DeBise, and he works at a really expensive private school, which apparently costs $20,000 a year for tuition. Damn. So it's like, what really rubs me about this the wrong way isn't so much that it's like a dumb, annoying, privileged lefty guy telling people.
Although the Ukraine things are the worst. I think the Ukraine TikToks by that person are by far the worst.
To not go to work because they can just live off their servants, and
I mean, there's also greed.
Until they I don't know, until the revolution comes about. What really annoys me about it is that it's the weird arguing about how extravagant wealth, like he's talking about multiple homes.
Yeah, I know, multiple homes. That's a very strange argument. What does he have to say about Ukraine? Should we watch the Can somebody link me the coffee thing? Can somebody link me the coffee TikTok thing by this guy?
Extravagant wealth.
Oh, and if you link it in the side chat, it will only appear in the side chat. YouTube hates links and just eats them right away.
Wealth does not represent some kind of conflicting interest on the part of leftists in media, which it clearly does. The fact that you are raised under specific circumstances to a life of ease and luxury means that you have a specific interest in not performing actions that will actually radically alter that state of affairs.
True.
That doesn't make you ideologically hypocritical. Like, you can still like hold these positions consistently, but it's like, I don't believe that you're not captured at that point, right? As they say, the only thing worse than a limousine liberal is a Gulfstream environmentalist. He's not someone who ran the cornfields to put his daughters through college, that's for sure. It's just embarrassing. Like, it makes you think, oh, is this like an op or something?
True.
Like, no, he doesn't have a point. Also, just to be clear, like, this is kind of important. There's a bit of a debate about like what.
I wonder if President Sunday is gonna watch any of the Ukraine TikToks. Maybe we don't have to look for the coffee thing. Maybe President Sunday will just watch it here. Like, the video is still young. It's still just 7 minutes out of 17. There's still 10 minutes left, so we might still see some of the Ukrainian ones.
Whether or not something is private or personal property. these distinctions are not like holy writ because they come out of Marx. Like Marx doesn't have a monopoly on the definitions of these terms.
True.
So like when
Especially
people
since there were different schools, like that was more commonly accepted before World War One, I guess. That there were many of different, like Marxism was like the most developed one, but there were many other schools of socialism slash and communism rather than just Marxism, and people sort of accepted that, you know. It was accept fly.
say private colloquially, they don't mean specifically like allotments of land, mostly because a lot of people don't even know how to think that way, right?
True.
Private and personal means simply one-to-one relationship between you have power over this physical entity, the public does not. That's yeah.
The public does not have the power over me.
Big word exposed in the sky. Well, apparently this is public. This isn't like a hidden thing. So this was known. He wasn't doxxed. It's just this information was already in circulation.
Also, show some Ukraine things, or someone in the audience should link the coffee grind thing.
Which makes sense because he had his face on it. So if we're talking about colloquial definitions, I'm cooked. Well, he was talking about private property being public property that was privately controlled or owned, which is wrong. So we have to. We're in the realm of
El Presidente Domingo.
colloquialism here. We're not.
Oh, toaster cleaner. I wonder if President Sunday is streaming today.
We're not going by the writ of Karl Marx here.
True, we're not.
Let's not destroy the term doxing too. I think we already have. I think we're past that point. Does this guy have a YouTube channel? You do have a channel. Oh, Frebjeste, Kalu Kalei. Capitalism hates you. Okay, let's see this.
President Sunday does like saying that, doesn't he? Where's the Ukraine thing? I think I found the coffee grinder video if you want, unless you already have it. I don't have it. Can you post it on the side chat?
The law isn't dedicated to justice, it's dedicated to The law isn't dedicated to justice, it's dedicated to profits. Education is not dedicated to teaching, it's dedicated to profits.
I don't agree. It depends. I don't agree that law is dedicated to profits. No, I'm sorry. That's a silly statement. In my opinion, at least. As someone who comes from a lawyer family, basically.
Healthcare is not dedicated to health. It's dedicated to profits.
That also depends. That especially depends on what country you come from, by the way.
The media is not dedicated to journalism. It's dedicated to profits.
Again, depends on the media, depends on the journalists.
Government is not dedicated to people. It's dedicated
Actually, in Canada, we have free healthcare, but anyways.
to profit.
Exactly, there you go. Case in point. Case in point. El Presidente. Thank you. You know?
Profits. The only minority that you should blame is the 1%. Let me ask you something. Do you think that you have any
Herald of the 21st century is political and economic figured out by a random guy with a phone. Can someone else post that link in the side chat? Yes, I'll be very grateful. My work computer isn't letting me chat on there. Oh. Are you at work?
anything in common with
So these are just shorts. There's nothing here. It's just shorts.
That's
Just
right.
really dumb shorts. I want to see if he goes into depth.
Show me what's the Holodomor genocide? Oh boy. I already talked about this one at the start, I think. It's somewhere. The Holodomor.
It's on something. Oh, was the Holodomor
There
a
you go. Oh my god.
genocide? Okay,
I
that'll be
wanted
good.
to share this exchange with my audience because it perfectly illustrates how some people can become ideologically indoctrinated to a point where even when they are presented with information that is
Raphael Lemkin would absolutely consider the Holodomor a genocide, by the way. Just saying. And the guy coined the term genocide. Hello, Aris. Hello, hello. Hello. But don't you know that poor public health equals bad profits?
is counter to their narrative, even when their faulty logic is exposed, they will insist and double down and resort to being arrogant and making personal attacks.
Oh, wow,
Instead-
that's projection if I have ever seen projection in my entire life. Like, what is it with those people that have this ideological model in their heads and nothing else matters? Nothing else matters. Just I don't know. You put your whole ideology into a certain aesthetic, I guess, and you run with it. And then nothing else matters. In which case you just end up having to defend genocides because those were genocides done by people from the sort of bloc that you align with, which means that it must have been either deserved or it must have been, I don't know, not true at all.
Instead of coming to terms with the wrong things that they've said. So here we are, we're dropping in the middle of this conversation, which is an argument about whether or not the famine in Ukraine in 1932 was a genocide.
Between 1932 and 1933, by the way.
Committed by the Soviet Union, and this person says the point was that it was a genocide. Right?
It was. It absolutely was.
Right? So I decided to respond, and I said that if that is true, then take it up with the UN General Assembly, the UN Genocide Convention, and 90...
What do you mean with the UN Genocide Convention? The UN Genocide Convention itself speaks nothing to whether or not the Holodomor was or was not a genocide. The UN Convention simply states what a genocide is. It just provides a framework to work with. And in my view, the Holodomor fits the criteria of a genocide under the UN Convention. So yeah, I can very easily take it up with the UN Convention and come to the conclusion that it was a genocide. Yeah. It's all about how you make the argument for or against. And the only reason why it's even a discussion whether or not the Holodomor was a genocide is because a few groups that Lemkin wanted to include in the definition were crossed out. Very interesting story, actually. Very interesting story. Because Raphael Lemkin created the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide with specific events in mind. When he created the classifications for the groups that counted as groups that could be targeted for genocide, he did it while thinking of very specific events. So the UN genocide, for example, includes religious groups. What did he think of when he thought of religious groups being targeted for genocide? He, of course, thought of the Armenian genocide because the Armenians were not treated as their own sort of nation, their own nation group. The Armenians were treated as a religious group. So one way to sort of get out of the Armenian genocide, ironically enough, was to convert and go for a whole horrible other route, but I'm not going to go into that. The Armenians were treated as a religious group and were genocided as a religious group. And that is why Lemkin, when thinking about the Armenian genocide, included that particular sort of categorization into the UN definition of genocide. Next, racial group. That's a no-brainer. Jewish people were racialized. Jewish people were genocided in a little event known as the Holocaust. Raphael Lemkin, being a Polish Jewish lawyer himself, sort of of course, thought of that event when sort of, pushing forward for racial groups to be sort of taken into consideration. There are two groups that were actually crossed out of the UN definition of genocide. Those were social and political groups. Those were crossed out of the definition of the UN Convention. Oh, too late. I already said it. I'm sorry. It's social and political. But there are still things you can guess. There are still things you can. There's still things. Oh, how did you like my debate with Lonerbox? Which one did you watch? So. I guess. So when Lemkin wanted to include social and political groups, what exact things do you think he was thinking of? What exact things do you think he was thinking of? What was he thinking of? What real life events was Lemkin thinking of when he wanted to include social and political groups into his definition of genocide? What do you think? Oh, thank you. Yeah, you think I did well? It was a debate, but it was a friendly conversation, and Lonerbox has been rating me ever since. See, I have debates, but my debates are friendly conversations. I'm not sure if it's a good thing on my part or if it's a weakness on my part, but all my debates so far has been turning into friendly conversations, more or less. Anti-Soviet? Yes. Rafał Lemkin was thinking of the atrocities committed by the Soviet Union when including social and political groups into his definition. You know? And guess why? Guess what was the primary country that fought tooth and nail for the crossing out of those groups? Guess what was the primary country that caused these groups to be crossed out of the UN definition? Take a guess. What was the country that just stood up and said, nope, we do not agree these groups to be included in this? No, actually, it wasn't the United States. It was not the United States. I'm gonna wait a little bit more for more guesses. I'm gonna just wait a little bit more, and then I'm gonna say, yes, it was the USSR. The USSR did not like the fact that Lemkin wanted to include those groups because then the USSR would be culpable for a whole lot of genocide because it killed a lot of people on political and social grounds. The CIA, I guess. I guess it was Director Burns. You know? And therefore, if those groups were not removed from the definition in the first place, then there would be zero question. There would be zero doubt whether or not the Holodomor was a genocide. That's I'm just saying. Just saying. A fly is flying over here. So that's a thing. But because those groups are crossed out, there is a question on whether or not legally speaking, the Holodomor was a genocide, and other arguments have to be now used in order to meet the criteria of the UN definition. Okay, that's those are my 2 cents on this person's sort of little. You'd have to take it up with the UN definition, you know? I think friendly conversations are much more productive, whereas most debates end up being less about specific arguments and more just trying to look better and than the other person. I guess that happens a lot in debates. Do you think that debate I had with Loner Box was productive? I hope it was. I'm hoping it was. Although it did not earn me a huge audience, you know? It did not earn me a huge audience, so maybe I should be more blood sportsy. Maybe you should abandon being productive. Productiveness does not earn you audiences. That's a lie. You are watching me. You are my audience. So that's actually a lie. That's a lie on my part. I'm a liar. Pants on fire. Okay, let's continue this. Let's continue watching this. If I didn't already know about you, that would have reeled me in. You mean the talk about genocide that I just did? Do you mean the Rafał Lemkin blah blah blah? Oh, because I feel like Lauren Barks needs to push back on those areas a bit, I think. Listen, you should watch Philip August. You should watch my discussion with DBZ from a year ago, almost 2 years ago now. It only has 300 views. Nobody knows that it even exists. Nobody even knows that that thing happened. Okay, let's... Yeah, I found it. Watch it. There you go. I made a few goofs in that conversation, but that's okay. All right, let's continue. The goof I made, I might as well just fess up. The goof I made is I should have said that Vilnius was part of Poland pre-World War II, but for some reason I said Kiev. Kiev was absolutely not part of Poland before World War II, and Vilnius was. So instead of Vilnius, I said Kiev. That's a big bad thing that I said in that conversation. Very bad. Very, very bad. Because it was Lviv and Vilnius. And for some reason I said Kiev. But Kiev was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Okay, let's continue. Let's just... If Putin hadn't invaded, Lucy would have, true.
80% of the
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those pesky kids and their meddling dog.
world's countries who don't recognize Holodomor as a genocide.
Okay. This is
Also, that's not true, by the way. 90%, there's, I don't know on which planet, 90% of countries do not accept the Holodomor as a genocide. I don't know what planet this person lives on, but that's absolutely not true.
from this month. So,
But also, I'm just going to put it out there, the question of whether or not something is a genocide, and this is a very important thing to remember for all debates that happen on the subject. The question on whether or not something is factually a genocide or whether or not something is legally recognized as a genocide are two separate questions and don't necessarily completely overlap, you know? Something might be absolutely a genocide. Like, I think the best example was like the genocide that happened in, I think it was Cambodia, that everybody knew that it was a genocide, but they couldn't do it because on a technicality it didn't fit. So they had to take a smaller group within the bigger group targeted for genocide, and that smaller group fit, and on that technicality, the whole thing could have been treated as genocide. So remember, whether or not something is factually a genocide and whether or not something is legally accepted as genocide are two separate questions. And people often forget that fact.
There's there's two ways he can go here, okay? He can go, okay, so these don't recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. Therefore, are you accepting their judgment when they don't declare what's happening in Gaza as genocidal? Like something like that. That'd be a way to turn this around.
If this is a basic historical fact, most of the world does not call it a genocide.
And he's not going that way. Instead, he's going with no.
Also irrelevant and also not true. It's not true that most of the world does not call the Holodomor a genocide. Wait, don't all laws serve capital? I guess not in this case. I guess in this person's mind, that's I don't know. Then I guess it's just what you call it. Oh my God, I'm forgetting basic English words. An exception that proves the rule. Which, by the way, apparently the original saying was that the exception sort of checks if the rule is true, which makes a lot more sense. Apparently the original saying says sort of the exception sort of checks or tests the rule if it's true. Is it what
Stalin didn't do nothing.
So maybe take it up with them. The UN is the standard for international law, and they even created their own convention on genocide.
Actually, it was created by a very determined Polish Jewish lawyer that wanted to strip nation states of some of their sovereignty, but that's a conversation for another day. It's a very interesting, because before World War II, I'm not sure how many people right now in the audience are aware of this. People were basically treated as property of their states. And if a state decided to murder, just kill off a bunch of their own people, other states would treat it as their own affair of their own sovereignty and would not interfere. Because it's their own. Like, there was this case that Lemkin described after the Armenian genocide, right? One of the perpetrators of the Armenian genocide, became a persona non grata in the old regime and ran away abroad. And one of the survivors of the Armenian genocide killed him and was arrested for it, right? And apart from that, no perpetrators of the Armenian genocide ever faced justice for it. So Lemkin asked his friend, I think that friend was also a lawyer, why is it that a victim of this horrible crime of the killing of the Armenian people is punished for taking revenge on the perpetrator, but the perpetrator just goes scot-free? The perpetrators face no consequence. And the answer from the friend was that, well, think of it like this. If an owner owns a bunch of chicken, right? If an owner owns a bunch of chicken and slaughters the chicken, he's just killing off his own property, right? He's just killing his own chicken. But if a person from outside tries to stop the person from killing the chicken, well, then he's just interfering with his property. He's committing a crime. That is why. That was the exact comparison that was used. And that is how sovereignty of nation states was treated before World War II. And that is why, and you can look it up, you can Google it, you can look it up right now, The Nazis were never tried for killing German Jewish people. That was not a thing. Because Nazis killing German Jewish people was treated as Germany's internal affair of its sovereignty. So the Nazis were not tried for the killing of German Jewish people, because that was considered the internal affair of the German state. I have kind of a stupid question. Not a big deal if there is no time. There's always time. If you include political groups in the definition of genocide, would any big war be a genocide because the category of soldier would be a political group like the opposed you chickens? I'm not sure if soldiers would sort of, because keep in mind that there is also this element of destroying a group in whole or in part, and I'm not sure if soldiers sort of count in the sort of the intent of destroying a group in whole or in part, you know. But yes, Lemkin's big goal was to take away that sovereignty from the countries, that they couldn't just treat their citizens like chicken that they could slaughter. You know? That was a big part. And Lemkin had to be very careful to sell it to nation states in a way that they would accept it. You know? It's basically to agree to implement this convention would mean that nation state would voluntarily give away some of their sovereignty for the sake of that convention. And that is why Lemkin had to really sell it well. Combatants are a different legal category, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's right. You know?
Which tackles all of these issues. So why do they not recognize?
Oh yeah, and the US did not ratify the UN Genocide Convention within Lemkin's lifetime. Actually, Lemkin died thinking that his UN Genocide Convention was a failure, because he believed that many countries would be immune to it, that many countries would be able to just squirm away from it. And sadly, in a lot of ways, he was correct. So that's a bittersweet story, the story of the UN Genocide Convention.
Recognize this as a genocide. This person says, well, 90...
There's actually a really good reason for this. And that's because all the signatories, all of the Security Council members, are culpable for genocide.
By the way, that was the primary reason why the US did not ratify it within Lemkin's lifetime. Because there were many sort of racial things happening in the US, and the US was really actually worried that should it ratify the Genocide Convention, those sort of racial things would be looked into. Hello, Cool K. Hello. Consider joining the White Forest page. Please consider. Please consider. Be nice, please.
You're asking a judiciary where all of the judges are pedophiles to crack down on child exploitation. It's like, yeah, there's going to be some mighty big loopholes.
90% of the world also supports capitalism. And then he asks for my opinion, which I'll get to. Again, I say there are 195 countries in the world. 167 of them don't condemn Holodomor as a genocide.
Irrelevant. I already explained why. But I believe that's also not true. So I would need to actually see citation on that.
Neither does the UN, and not even the UN's Genocide Convention. I said, take it up.
The UN's Genocide Convention does not agree or disagree on anything. The UN's Genocide Convention only provides a definition, a guideline by which you judge whether or not something can be legally seen or not seen as genocide. The UN Convention does not agree or disagree with anything. It just is. So that's a very silly thing to say, that the Genocide Convention agrees or disagrees that the Holodomor was a genocide. That's a very basic misunderstanding of what it even is, the convention. I mean,
with them. Write the UN a letter. They enforce international law and are the legal standard. Present all the evidence to them.
Also, by the way, what about the genocide in China then?
Responds, and who runs the UN? To which I respond, mostly the US. I even say not even the Ukraine has criminally charged or
Oh wait, sorry.
indicted. Most present all the evidence to them. He responds, they who in the Ukraine has criminally. To which I respond, present all the evidence to them. He responds, and who runs the UN? To which I respond,
that is actually not true. The US is very opposed to the ICC, which basically is the arm of the UN convention, but that's neither here nor thing. Oh yeah, I will point it out. Yeah, I caught that.
Mostly the US. I even say not even the Ukraine.
Yeah, I caught the naming of Ukraine with the add-on. And that sort of betrays certain way of thinking about Ukraine. If you say the name of the country like that, that basically tells me a lot of what I need to know about you, to put it bluntly. Some might think this guy will think that the genocide of the Uyghur Muslim isn't a genocide. Yeah, it's giving away the game. The moment you sort of use this way of referring to Ukraine and you're not like 75 or 89 years old English speaker. I feel like people started doing it on purpose after 2022. Before that, I didn't care. They did. Like, there's a sort of a similar thing in the Polish language. And in the Polish language, it's a bit more complicated. Because, I don't know even how to translate the Polish Ukraine language discourse. So you have, in Polish, I will do my best. We'll see. They say that the person well versed can explain any topic in a way that people will understand. So we'll see. I will test my teacher credentials right now. So in Polish, you have this two ways of sort of talking about Ukraine in Polish: w Ukrainie and na Ukrainie. And one of them roughly translates to in Ukraine, and one of them, if you literally translate it, translates to on Ukraine. And there is this whole discourse because historically it has always been referred to as on Ukraine, and there's this argument that on indicates that something is not its own country but like a periphery or a territory, a part of something else. Okay? And that is why Ukrainian people don't really like it when Poland uses on Ukraine, because it gives this connotation of Ukraine not being its own thing but a territory of something bigger. And it doesn't help that Russia, when it uses the same phrasing, actually does mean it as Ukraine being part of something bigger, a periphery. But Polish linguists make the argument that it's not actually about a place being a periphery, that it's actually that Poland uses the on X towards any country that has been ever part of a single country with Poland, or in a union, or in a sort of close treaty. So, for example, in Polish, you say on Hungary, the country Hungary. And no one ever sort of called Hungary like a periphery of, at least in Poland. In Poland, nobody would say, oh, Hungary is just a periphery of Poland, you know, and you use the thing on, you know. And of course, at the end of the day, all linguists sort of come together in this nice, wholesome sort of. And that is a thing that actually happened on a large scale since 2022 invasion, that a lot of linguists and other people just came together and said, whatever the truth is about the linguistic sort of facts of the matter on the in-on thing, at the end of the day, the most important thing is how would the Ukrainian people themselves like this to be used, right? How the most important thing isn't the technicality of the language. The most important thing is how would Ukraine be like to refer to. And Ukraine says, we want you to say in Ukraine, v Ukrainie. Yes, and so the decision was made, if Ukraine wants to be referred to in such manner, then the language should, you know, the language should be sort of changed in order to respect that wish. And that basically is what mostly happened. See, you've learned a little bit about the Polish side of the linguistic thing, you know. I hope this was super interesting and not at all ultra boring. And I hope the way I explained it actually made any amount of sense. I really hope I managed to explain it in a way that actually makes sense. You know? Okay, you understand? Yeah, it was understandable. It was well explained. So I sort of like this wholesome moment when people say, at the end of the day, this discussion doesn't even matter because what matters is what Ukraine wants to be referred to as, you know? Because it's sort of the place that the language is being used about. So its sort of opinion matters here the most, more than any language technicality. It sort of reminds me how in Spain it's uncommon to see this like this, but this very different, but it reminds me of it. All right, let's continue.
As criminally charged or indicted Soviet leadership for the famine. Again, I say take it up with the UN and most of the world who apparently are genocide deniers. I even say you should read the charter for the UN's Genocide Convention. It's only 3 pages, it goes over all this. So in response to my claim that most of the world's countries don't recognize Holodomor as a genocide, he says, do you just generally accept what all the capitalist governments tell you? He continues, do you think world governments are going to call it a genocide when they themselves would be guilty of it too? And that
Wait, what?
That's actually
I'm sorry.
All the capitalist governments tell you? He continues, do you think world governments are going to call it a genocide when they themselves would be guilty of it too?
And that's a valid question. But yeah, a lot of countries do accept the Holodomor as a genocide. I'm sorry.
That's actually a really good question. You just said the United States controls the UN. So if the United States controls the UN and the United States is founded on genocide, and this is not controversial.
It is not
either. Then God.
Once again, getting on your knees for your capitalist overlords. You are a great psyop, my guy. He says Britain and America and all the former colonial powers would have to say that they have committed genocide. That's why they don't. This isn't hard to understand. But the hilarious...
I mean,
The scariest part is that both Britain and America do call the Holodomor a genocide. They're one of the 28 countries who do.
Sure.
So not only was the information he gave wrong, but the logic that
I actually don't know if that's true. I haven't looked it up, but okay.
he used to
we need to look. But it doesn't even matter. It speaks nothing to develop. I've already ranted about this. I don't think I need to do it again.
draw his conclusions.
I think what's baffling to me is that this guy.
Like, there's this really weird trajectory that, and of course there's the phrasing about Ukraine. Of course, since he is anti-Ukraine in the war, the current war, then of course he's gonna be of the opinion that the Holodomor was not a genocide, because those opinions come in sets.
Like, amidst the thing happening in Gaza right now, like, here, does he call what's happening in Gaza genocide? Because if he calls what's happening in Gaza a genocide, then he has to call the Holodomor a genocide.
True.
Like, he has to.
True.
You can't, like, you're kind of committed at that point.
But then again, consider that what is happening in Gaza is being done by the sort of ideological bloc that he doesn't like. But what happened in Soviet Ukraine was done by an ideological bloc that he likes. And that is the only thing that matters to this person. The aesthetic of the one sort of ideological bloc being good, and anything they do would be justified, explainable, or I don't know, or telling that they did anything like that is slander and lies. And when it comes to the ideological bloc that this person doesn't like, then of course they did commit all the atrocities and are the worst. That's the level of analysis that basically goes into the thinking. So no, in this person's mind, he does not actually have to be consistent on this, because in his mind those are done by two different ideological blocks. So the value judgment is sort of different. You know? Do you know what I mean?
I guarantee you, all you need is a tweet or something, like literally anything. And he's going ham here on Israel, which, I mean, I would have said good, but bad. I don't really want the pro-Palestine side associated with this individual. Oh, here we go. Found it. Okay.
Also, when he says most of the world hasn't called the Holodomor genocide, I don't believe that. I think it might just be the most countries haven't felt the need to have a position on it, and not that most of the world actively denies it's a genocide. I don't believe that most of the world denies that it was a genocide. I would need to see any evidence of that. And even if that was the case, that would still not prove that the event was not a genocide. Again, that's a separate question.
Boom. Retweeted by Rathbone. No other word.
Like, whether or not something was a genocide is not some, I don't know, opinion poll. That if enough people think that it wasn't, then it wasn't, you know?
For this, but genocide. Okay, there you go. Right there. Boom, boom. Okay, so he's an idiot. Oh, God, I hate people. I hate people so much. I've met plenty of Nazis who support Palestine. We have to vet these folks carefully. Keith Wood's pro-Palestine, for instance. Yeah. Like, here's the problem. This is what's really frustrating. The vast majority of people who are protesting what Israel's doing are protesting it on the grounds that they're killing a whole lot of innocent people, razing entire cities, destabilizing the region, and they're seeing photos of dead kids. And you show the average person a photo of a kid with like a 5-year-old that's buried under rubble, their arms sticking out, or their eyes popping out because brick has fallen on top of it. Right. They're not gonna handle that very well. They're gonna be very opposed. Unfortunately, if the organization that's doing this happens to be billing itself as the Jewish state, even if they're beating Jews who are protesting it in the streets, Nazis are going to jump on that because they just hate Jews. So we're kind of fucked. We're kind of fucked on both ends. Like, really. It's
But
it's bad.
I really hate this sort of. Oh God, I agree with President Sunday. Like, you do not want pro-Palestine advocacy to be tied to people such as that. You do not.
Bad. It's bad. It's just so depressing. Richard Spencer is pro-Israel. That's funny. That's funny.
All right. Okay. So there we go. There we have it. We've done it. Oh my gosh, we've done it. We've managed to go through a full 17-minute video of President Sunday, even though we've had 1 million side tangents. We've had, oh, what an adventure. What an adventure this has been. How long has this stream been so far? 3 hours. 3 hours of intense streaming. But we're not done yet. We have not finished. We are not finished with this stream. So now I guess I have 3 options for you. I will say the options very slowly, and you write in the chat which option you would like to see manifest. 1, we could take a little bit of a break and relax with a video game, and you could even write a suggestion for a video game title. 2, we could discuss a topic of my choosing, probably about Ukraine, and or Ukraine adjacent topic. Or we could watch the mandatory Destiny segment about President Joe Biden and Trump debate. We could do a mandatory algorithm Destiny thing to watch him talk about the debate between Biden and Trump. So those are your options. Whatever you choose will betray your biases and taste to me. I will see what you're made of as viewers. And I will judge you. Wake up, Joe. Have 2 years to live. Joe, how do you react? Oh, you want Destiny. People want Destiny. I think there could be some good discussion to have on the Biden debate. So I take it you want a mandatory Destiny segment? Also, my YouTube's monetized, so I'll be very thankful for if you would watch the segments and leave likes and comments for the engagement and the algorithm. Destiny. Of course, your husband. Okay, all right. Let's go. And we're doing Destiny. Should I play okay, then let's mix it up a bit. Should I be playing a video game while watching Destiny, or should I give it my full undivided attention? There you go. I've entered the thing with a chair, with a steel chair, and I was like, what if I play a game while watching Destiny? Destiny plays games while he reacts to stuff. Why couldn't I? Am I worse than Destiny? Protect yourself. So do you want me to play a game while? Personally, I couldn't leave Destiny my undivided. Okay, so you're demanding that I play a game. Okay, I just hope the game will not glitch the entirety of, I don't know. I just hope the game will not kill off the entire stream. What's the performance of the PC? Oh my god, it's bad. It's bad. I have to turn some things off. Things are not good. See, I might have a computer, but there are things that it cannot handle. Okay? There's like, oh my gosh. If I turn that game on now with the amount of RAM that is being used actively, then the whole stream will just freeze and die. I'm so grateful that I've actually checked. I'm so glad that I've actually checked. Okay, I'm just going to use what game? I was thinking of playing Monster Hunter World. Was thinking of turning on Monster Hunter World. But screw it, I'm turning this off. There's nothing of. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn off some browsers because I've got too many browsers. Just too many browsers. I'm just turning them off. Just too many. I'm like a hoarder this way. Like I just keep the browsers on forever, thinking maybe I'll come back to them, and I never do, and just have 1 million tabs open and just take away. They eat away out my memory. Oh, I just freed 1 GB of memory. So let's go. Just like that, with a few clicks, I freed up a bunch of memory. So I guess let's go. Let's continue the trend. Let's see how much memory I can free up so that maybe we can play that Monster Hunter thing. Because you all love Monster Hunter, right? You love Monster Hunter, right? Would you like to see me play Monster Hunter while watching Destiny? Yay or nay for Monster Hunter? Alright, then I will try to. Listen, worst case scenario, we'll just going to have to restart the things. It's gonna be okay. It should be fine now. It should be manageable. Playing Monster Hunter should be manageable now. Performance. Okay, I think we're in the safe zone now. Monster Hunter, and I sincerely hope that the person. Okay, we're playing Monster Hunter. Oh, I have to make the game quiet so that it will not overpower Destiny. We all know Destiny hates to be overpowered. Okay, let's prepare for this. It should show on screen, Monster Hunter. It should be visible on screen. Hold on, it should be visible on screen. Why is Monster Hunter not visible on screen? Do I have to add it again? Looks like I have to add Monster Hunter again. Apologies for the technical issues as always. Like that's why you like watching me and not some other competent streamer. Because competent streamers are boring and flawed mistake streamers are interesting by default. You know? That's the absolute reality of the situation. All right, found it. Perfectly aligned. You need 100 destiny scales to make the AB hammer. Or does he? Okay, let's go. It's ready. We can now play and watch Destiny. Amazing times. What amazing times. Although I have to be contorted into a very weird position because my controller cable is extremely short. So I've played myself actually with this. I've just played myself with this.
Close your mouth. Go ahead and just close your mouth, please. He's anti-mewing.
They knew about this issue. He raised $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period.
No, he wouldn't.
Right, wipe out his debt. He'd be able to help.
What?
He did nothing.
Bro, what is my
In fact,
country?
I think
What is
he encouraged
happening?
Russia from going in. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties?
Okay.
For molesting a woman in public?
Oh!
A range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. You have the morals of an alley cat.
What?
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
Oh, no.
Started.
We've entered Twitch debate territory.
They moved a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. Do you notice he never took out?
You have the morals of an alley cat. Maybe that should be my donation sound. How would you like that? How would you like it if my donation sound was, you have the morals of an alley cat? How would you like that? But I do like the O'Berry thing, so I don't know. Funds multiple genocide. His president debates badly. We have to get rid of him. You have the morals of an alley cat. I don't know. It all feels funny until it's not. Until you realize that it's a very serious issue of who will have the most powerful role in the world. But you know, it's okay. It's all good. No problem. No problem in the slightest.
What
do you think?
This is pure cinema.
Covering the debate tonight?
Yeah, we'll be watching it. I think I can watch it on Kick because I won't get DMCA'd.
Gotcha. What would the consequences of that be, out of curiosity? Because I've not had a copyright strike. Is it like channel deletion or a ban?
You know what? Hold on. I'm not doing this for you. You need to turn your mic up. Figure it out. I'm keeping you at 100.
What about now?
Okay, turn it down like 20%.
I do love it when the cinema basically decides the fate of the world, or at least some countries in the world. Here, the morals of an alley cat is an amazing phrase. The Biden campaign should sell merch with that. True. That is true. The morals of an alley cat.
There's no pleasing you. What about now?
Okay, good enough.
All right, thank you.
What would be the consequences if you get an active copyright strike?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Because like I was gonna
listen to me.
it, so,
Listen
yeah.
to me real quick, okay?
Listen.
If you ever have questions about this, come to me. Trust no one else, because people talk a lot of shit, and streamers are functionally retarded when it comes to stuff like this, even though it directly implicates their jobs and their livelihoods. Okay.
That's precisely why I'm coming to you.
Good.
I know
Okay.
that you have all the answers.
Now-
You are my great sage, my oracle.
I could be wrong on this because these processes get changed and they update. So just take what I'm saying with a slight grain of salt, but do not let somebody contradict me unless they have firsthand experience. Not they heard it from somebody, whatever, and they're not retarded. Because some people can have firsthand experience, but they're still retarded, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so generally speaking, there are 2.5 to 3 ways for stuff to get content ID'd. Okay, one way that it can happen is, well, let me be more clear. Content ID is a system in which YouTube has a massive database of stuff that it doesn't want anybody else to put on YouTube because somebody has registered it with them. And what will happen is if you're live streaming, I don't know if you've ever live streamed on YouTube, but if you have, maybe you'll notice in the bottom left, a little thing will pop up and it'll say, copyrighted content detected. Stop it or we're going to shut your stream off. And you're like, oh, okay.
No, I've never seen that. Okay, so it's some sort of pop-up?
Yeah,
okay.
it'll say it below on your studio thing, below your video, where it says excellent connection. That'll be replaced.
I've actually not seen that either. Just saying. I never know. I never have the stream open from the position of that studio thing. Maybe that's why I never see it. Maybe that's why. But look! Destiny has given me so many views. We've jumped to 17. See, I told you, the algorithm Destiny, the mandatory thing. I'm smart. I'm a great businesswoman, I think. I think I deserve like a reward or something. Don't you see my business acumen coming into play?
With a warning message and a yellow.
Oh, what is this? Is this like a folder that Destiny is disclosing by mistake?
Bubble instead of a green bubble. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
Now, if you upload a YouTube video and you upload it all and it goes through and it's fine, and you get an email saying, warning, your video has been content ID matched. That's not a copyright strike. It means that you matched something that was added to the database, and now you're either going to lose the revenue from that video, or it's just letting you know, or some other bullshit, and maybe some countries won't let you display it. Okay?
Yeah, now that I've seen in real time in studio, like it gets caught in like the check section, and it's like, hey, listen, this is going to be either completely demonetized because of some sort of claim. You can still play the video, but you make no money from it.
Correct. Yeah.
So that I've had before.
Okay.
I've had that.
So when you're live streaming, this can happen. When you upload things, it can happen.
I've
okay.
had that on
now
live stream.
that's like the auto ID system. Now, in the second part, we call these...
I've had that with... Do you know what I had that with? Do you know what I had that with? I had that with, believe it or not, Fallout New Vegas music. It's blocked in Russia. The radio music from Fallout New Vegas is blocked in Russia. So that's where the copyright thing sort of attacks me and says... This video has been blocked in some countries, and that it says then it lists the tracks from the radio from New Vegas and says this has been blocked in Russia. You know, very strange, very, very bizarre. But we're here to talk about Biden. But of course, you know, whatever. We're just vibing, I guess. Like alley cats. We're vibing like alley cats over here. We have the morals of alley cats.
Copyright strikes, colloquially, I don't think it's that's what people call them. You have manual claims, okay? Now, manual claims are a big deal because a manual claim can involve somebody clicking buttons, filing something on the forums with YouTube about your content. And when they do that, it can be a takedown where they're saying, take this down and tell this person that, like, I don't want them to have my shit up ever. They fucked up. And YouTube will give you a copyright strike. A copyright strike, unless they've changed the process, usually means on your first one, I don't think you get a warning. I know you get one warning for community guidelines violation. I don't know if you do for copyright ones. If you do, then the first one's just a warning and it's okay. But if it's not...
Oh, yeah. For loyal viewers of this channel, I have a warning, a permanent warning on my channel. And I'm waiting for the chat to tell me what my permanent wording is for. This is a test. This is a test on whether or not you're a loyal viewer of mine. We'll see. Let's see.
The first one, you'll be banned from streaming or uploading, I believe, for 1 week.
Yeah, I've got a warning. The video was taken down, deleted from the internet, and I got a warning on the channel. Of course you can guess. And it said that the next, it actually said next time is going to be a strike. This time it's a warning. Next time is going to be a strike. No, it wasn't. They actually said it was misinformation. Misinformation about the election. But what specific video caused me the thing? That I'm asking for my loyal viewers. Head of the CIA. Oh, that's actually much closer to home than you think. That answer is actually much closer to home than you think. Is Bomber Guy video? No. No. It's something else. I guess nobody here is a loyal viewer. Nobody here has watched me for more than a year. Because that's the requirement. The requirement to know this one is watching me for more than a year. That's right. My conversation with Dylan Burns gave me the permanent warning. That's right. I got a permanent warning from my conversation with him from like, I don't know, almost 2 years ago. No. Because he made a joke and that joke was... he made a joke and that joke was, I kid you not, interpreted by YouTube as misinformation and my whole video was struck down. How do I know it was that joke? Because I removed that one particular joke and the video is up and it's fine. That's how I know there was that one particular joke. Oh yeah, and I also know that it's, speaking of manual strikes and warnings, I also know that someone had to report this thing manually. I also know someone has had to have reported this manually because the VOD, the entire VOD of the stream was up and it wasn't removed by YouTube. It was up. I removed it myself in case. Only the cutout segment got hit by YouTube, which means that somebody must have watched that segment and reported the thing manually, because at the same time the VOD was still up and was untouched by YouTube. Just saying. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. That's an adventure. So don't go anywhere because I'm going to the toilet land. And I'm gonna be back and we're gonna be continuing to watch Destiny. My husband. Exciting. See, this is like an exciting stream. This is a nice stream. Don't you think that Lucy Haze deserves to have a big audience? Don't you think so? Don't I have interesting things to, I don't know, contribute to the discourse? If so, then write yes. Make the chat full of yeses. Please, I beg. When I go to the toilet, I would like to be made happy. I would like some positive reinforcement when I come back from the toilet, which is an adventure. I'll be right back. Plus a fly, friends, thank you. I haven't seen the fly for a bit, maybe it died, hopefully. Hello. Yay, Lucy deserves the biggest audience. Thank you. Well, we've got a big audience right now, 18 people. For me, that's a big audience. So, for me, 18 people is a big audience. Sometimes I have a little bit of a bigger audience when someone raids me, but I'm not sure. I don't think anybody's raiding me tonight. Nobody that usually raids me is streaming right now. Like, Are they? Isn't Sunday's moving? Lonerbox. Is Lonerbox streaming? I don't think so. Is Vaush streaming? Vaush actually sometimes raids me, believe it or not. Okay, let's just continue. Let's continue. Let's do this. Let's do this algorithm destiny segment. Shall we? Also, thank you for all the yeses. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How would you rank Sunday Vosh and Lonerbox? Okay, I'm gonna ask some because I'm a very specific person. What is the ranking about? What are the merits? What am I ranking them on the merits of? Because if I'm ranking them on the merits of being a nice person, then obviously, in terms of baseness, well, listen, President Sunday organized a 12-hour fundraiser for my mom. So I think that's not I do not think I'm an unbiased source when it comes to ranking them on baseness when one of them literally made my mom's rehabilitation after a surgery possible. You know? It suddenly becomes not a contest, you know? Like the person that organized the ability for my mom to actually heal properly after a surgery versus people that did not do that. To be fair, Vosh promoted the fundraiser and called in to the fundraiser by its end, which actually generated a lot of funds for the fundraiser. So I guess President Sunday would be number one as the organizer of the fundraiser. Vosh would be number two as the person that helped me gather the funds. And Lonerbox would be three because he did neither. Sort of. There you go. This is my biases coming out. My tribalism. Okay, let's continue.
Week. And that strike will stay on your account for 90 days. If you accumulate 3 of these strikes, the second strike is worse. I don't think you can stream or upload for 2 weeks. If you accumulate 3 of these strikes, your channel is permanently shut down, lost to the abyss. You'll never get it back ever. Now, I believe that somebody also, when they're filing a copyright strike,
the Sunday Doom hub is like stolen. It's stolen valor because I've been streaming Doom for the longest time. Actually, my Bad Empanada reaction is with me playing Doom. He's a fashionista, is he? Vosh is a fashionista. I'm back. I just had noodles and chicken. I actually considered making myself a toast just now to bring in here, but I thought that I'd make everybody wait for too long and many people would disappear, which actually is what ended up happening. When I was leaving to the toilet, there were 17 or 18 people, and now there are 13. I am sad now. People abandoned me. I have been abandoned by my own audience. Is Vosh streaming right now? Tell him to raid me. No, he's not. Vosh does not stream for long hours. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
Manual one. They can also request that you take it down and give you a grace period to do that, or they might be able to revenue claim, and then you can either acquiesce to that or fight it. But yeah, be careful for the manual copyright strikes, because I think they have the option to just like insta you there with the push of a button, and you'd have to fight it to not be. But
Can like a third party narc on another party's behalf? So like if we live stream, like if I were to take the risk and live stream the CNN stuff, could someone in your audience who hates my guts like file some sort of copyright claim with YouTube?
maybe.
Maybe.
I don't talk too much about that because I don't want to give people guidelines, but theoretically,
Alright, fair enough.
I will say that when
Okay.
you fill out the DMCA form on YouTube, you are generally you're generally attesting under penalty of perjury that this is who you are. And
Oh, okay.
I mean, technically, I don't know if I'd say you're breaking the law if you lie on that form, but you could get in trouble because if the person counterclaims, then this thing would simply go away. But yeah.
Well,
no, you're
I mean,
legally
you-
impersonating somebody else. I think you probably could get in trouble for that. Legal trouble. If the other
Legal troubles. But in terms of baseness, one of the best things I watched recently was an old Box video where he reacts to a Jordan Peterson clip by playing jazz guitar in response to his. Oh, wow. Oh yeah, Box can play instruments. I cannot, which makes me by default the inferior streamer. This is why Box is watched by hundreds upon hundreds of people, and I get watched by 12. You see? There's a little baby streamer. A little small streamer. Chopin, the Polish / French composer, depending on who you ask. That's right. Polish people will say he was Polish, French people will say he was French.
party that you're impersonating decides to sue you or something, but yeah.
Fair. Well, we saw with Hunter Biden what happens if you falsify information on a form. So you go to jail
True.
for the rest of your f***ing life.
Only when it comes to marijuana, though, and crack cocaine.
True.
Yeah.
True. Well, listen, buddy. I know there was. I know you were abroad. I know there's still a lot of Israel-Palestine stuff to go over, but
Buddy.
big deal tonight. This presidential debate. Well, how do you feel about it? Who do you think's going to win? Give me your thoughts.
Oh, that's a pre-debate conversation he's had. Oh, wow. I can now laugh at this with my hindsight is 2020 thing. I can mock them both for having bad predictions or praise them if they had correct predictions.
I have no idea. I don't know how it's going to go. I mean, the rules are going to make it. I like that the last time I complained about debates, I said there should be no audiences because people's minds are legitimately influenced by hearing people clap. Like it makes a difference. And having a live audience, I think, makes it so that you're playing a little bit more of this entertaining thing rather than trying to be like factual or substantive. If Trump tries to do any of those like really witty one-liners, I think it's going to fall very flat, and I think it's going to be very strange.
Well, unfortunately, that prediction did not come through. He did those witty one-liners, and they did not fall flat because of how Biden reacted to them. So, unfortunately, that prediction did not come true. The witty one-liners did actually land because the opposing side basically was like, "You got the morals of an alley cat, and I think you're dumb." You know, that's basically how it went. So I'm using my hindsight 2020 to laugh at this.
And it's going to feel very out of place. So he's doing that without a live audience in front of him. So I like the fact that they've gotten rid of the audience. I think that they got rid of they're muting mics for answers as well, right?
Yeah. So my understanding is, so no live audience. If the other person if one person's speaking, the other person's mic is automatically muted. And what's interesting is initially I was like really happy about those rules because, to your point, I think it would at least increase the likelihood that the debates become more substantive.
Yeah.
But now, okay, let me throw you an alternate theory, which I'm being told is the case, is that this will actually benefit Trump because, for precisely the reason you just said, it will actually force Trump to engage on policy and substance. Now, I'm thinking he's incapable of that. So
that's what I think. Yeah.
But
wow.
Basically
there you go. It didn't. It didn't, and it didn't. Wow. All the predictions. Oh, it will force him to. No, it didn't. Of course it didn't. No, nothing can force Trump to be more substantive. It's like an impossible ask. So that prediction was wrong.
that he is less inclined to be an asshole if there's no audience to
Nope.
appeal to.
Nope.
And that will make him seem more presidential.
Nope.
I
don't know if he has it in him anymore. I'm not sure.
Nope.
He is a bit more wacky now. Like he has degraded compared to what he was. My time is destroying my. It's 8 years ago. Is when he first became president, right? 2016. Yeah, he definitely has like slowed down, and he is different than he used to be. So I don't know if he has the ability to come on and do like a super serious conversation like that. I'm not sure, but yeah,
True.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel
Did
like
you also-
I'm. Or go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
I feel like maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'll be wrong, but I feel like conservatives have no platform right now. I truly don't know what the average conservative stands for. I know what they kneel for, which is Trump, but I don't know.
Kneel for.
I have no idea at all what the policy positions are of an average conservative now, other than like don't buy Budweiser and be anti-woke. And yeah, I have no
Wow.
clue.
Well, and again, that president should have absolute God immunity, stuff like that.
Well,
Well, only for
happened.
Trump. Only for Trump. Not the
Oh,
president.
that's true.
Only you said the president. That's not true. Well, it might be true because they want to make Trump president forever somehow. But yeah.
Well, if you ever end up having like another conversation with Ben Shapiro, that'd be a good thing to bring up because he actually literally wrote a book in 2014, I think it was, about prosecuting President Obama. And so now it's like, okay, Ben, it's been 10 years and you're backing, Trump now. Has your position on this changed? Is only Trump entitled to absolute presidential immunity? Do you concede, your earlier position on this?
I have Trump. The problem is Ben Shapiro just. Oh, you watch. Yeah, Ben Shapiro just. He's too good for me. He mind so hard. I had so much of a debate ready for that and you gave me that idea too. You on this because we were talking in the car about that. You were like, you need to really push. Does he grade Trump on a curve? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I need to focus a lot of this. And so I had a whole line of argumentation to go down there on all the differences between how you treated Trump versus Biden. And when I brought that up, like, do you think that you grade Trump on a curve? And he's like, yeah, I do. And I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Wait,
he flat out owned it.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to say yes to that. You had to fight on that. Wait, what do you mean you treat him? Wait, what the? So yeah, I don't even know what I could say, and he might just own it again. It's like, yeah, I actually don't believe in any of that anymore because I actually think that Trump is really important for the United States. Like, oh well, fuck me.
So yeah. When he was like, Steven, I don't hold my 10-year-old at the same standard that I hold my 6-year-old.
I'm sorry, those are pretty basic things. So basically, he wanted to. He thought that Ben Shapiro would just be an idiot, and then he disappointed him by not being an idiot. That is what I'm hearing here. That is what I'm hearing from what Destiny just said. Oh, I just basically thought Ben would be an idiot. That it would just, But he actually wasn't. Which was like, what? Lucy, thank you for using your Polish voice to bring attention to US politics. We don't get a lot of it. Thank you. That whole thing that I just heard about Ben Shapiro was really strange. Polska biało-czerwone. That's right. Polska biało-czerwoni. Usually that's how it's sang. Polska biało-czerwoni. Okay, let's continue.
And you were like, well, how about we treat him like a president of the United States who's not a 6 or a 10-year-old? And he literally, if you ever go back and watch, I don't know if you actually watched the conversation, you were looking down at your pen and paper, you were doodling penises, I think.
Nice.
And when you were talking, he literally visibly reacted to you saying, how about we treat him like an adult who was the president of the United States? Sure. And he gave this like face, like, why the f do we do that? It was the most stunning conversation, I think, between Ben Shapiro and anybody I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. But the other things I want to point out to you is that with these like debate rules, there are also no notes. That's something else. Like they
do people normally take notes? Oh, like they can't bring notes with them?
Correct. Right. So they can't bring notes with them, and they can't confer with their advisors like on commercial breaks and stuff like that. I didn't realize that was a thing, but apparently in all other previous debates, that the candidates could like when they cut to commercial, they could run off to the sides of the stage, and be like, "Holy fuck! What? I forgot about this about the economy or this about foreign policy," and then like get a quick primer. They can't do that. They have to stay at the podiums.
Sure. I mean, I guess, but I don't feel like Trump knows anything about anything. I legitimately, this is always a challenge I give to conservatives throughout all of 2016 to 2020. No one ever rose to to actually meet this challenge. It was a question like, can you show me one video of Trump talking where he sounds like somewhat intelligent about an issue related to being the president of the United States, where it seems like he really knows what he's talking about? I've never seen a single video of him speaking like he has a comprehensive understanding of everything going on. He speaks in slogans. The man lives and dies in buzzwords and catchphrases. So, but I mean, like, you'll probably just do the same tonight.
Yeah, I think the thing that I keep going back to, which is why I sent you a link to Piers Morgan's latest pro-Trump, anti-Biden panel, which you should check out. It is crazy. The persistent demand that we grade Trump on a curve, like, it does go back to the Shapiro thing, but mainstream media is guilty of this too. Like, the thing is, and you know this is true, this debate tonight, even if Trump doesn't know anything about the substance, which he's demonstrated in 2020 and 2016, it's Trump, so he's treated differently. If Biden shits the bed, metaphorically speaking, on substance or policy, he'll lose the debate. Is there any way, do you think, when it comes to Trump, to force people to reckon with the asymmetry? Like, I'm in my, like, on my channel's content, I'm like, this is something we have to fight constantly. Like, you know, you tried to do this on Piers Morgan, Mehdi Hassan has as well. Like, hey, stop grading this motherfucker on a curve. You know, if we're going to question mental fitness, then we should question both their mental fitness, given that they're both really old. They're both gaffe machines, and the polls show that a majority of Americans have doubts about Trump too. Yeah, it's not just Biden. You can do that, but you have to be very cognizant then that the people that you're aiming for, the people that you're aiming for are very much like independents and people in the middle. You're never going to see this in Trump's audience. There's nothing you can do to make a conservative care about any factual analysis of the world. The ship has sailed on that. They don't give a more. So you're never like pulling his hardcore fans or any of the people talking about it, talking about Trump away from him. You're aiming for people that are in the middle that aren't like talking much online. It's very, very difficult to do that. Like, and when I say people in the middle, I mean actually people in the middle, not people that call themselves centrists who are squarely conservative through and through, or at least squarely like infinitely supporting Donald Trump through and through. So yeah, it's difficult. You can't really fight them. Like the best way that Biden could win a debate against Donald Trump in the eyes of a conservative would be to have wittier one-liners. That would be the way to do it. And like that's
Biden
it.
Does not
but do you consider? Because I don't know the last like truly independent person that you talked to or debated with, but do you consider Morgan an independent, or do you consider him like
Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
He's a newscaster guy, hoster for me. I don't even know legitimately what his opinions on anything are. That's not an insult or anything. I just don't know. I don't know if he has strong stance on it.
Would he and his platform, I suppose, be a place where you would, I guess, kind of fight that asymmetry? Like I know you just said, you're not going to move any Republicans or conservatives. I wouldn't
fight to demonstrate the asymmetry. I think I would fight to try to demonstrate the importance of the asymmetry. It wouldn't be me trying to convince people that Biden is smarter than Trump. It would be me trying to convince people that the fact that Biden is smarter than Trump is important and we should care about that, because I don't think people care about that. So when you move on to the next part, you're already like presupposing a care for this particular thing.
Biden's energy.
Fair. I do think it's a pain in the ass, and I'm on his ass all the time. I'm trying to get him to have you or Beasley or Mehdi Hassan. That'd be my dream. If you could somehow make that happen, the final boss of Piers Morgan panels would be 2 Trumpers versus you and Mehdi Hassan on Biden, because I've noticed like with all the panels, he never actually gets an enthusiastic Biden supporter on. And I suppose Mehdi Hassan isn't, but he will die on the hill that Biden is just objectively better than Trump. Like the panel I just sent you, he's got Joe Walsh, who is a former Republican congressman who's kind of like he'll shit talk Biden, but he thinks Trump is worse. And then Francesca Forientini, who's really funny. She's a female comedian of like the Bituation Room or whatever. She's like a Young Turks affiliate, but she hates Biden too because of Gaza and Israel. So she kind of does like the Cenk Uygur thing where she'll probably back him more than Trump, but like he never gets on people who are as pro-Biden as the pro-Trump guests that he has. I feel like that's fishy. Like he doesn't want to like an even terrain on this, and I feel like that's a lot of case.
Well, I don't know if it's that he doesn't want an even terrain so much as it's hard to find people that are in this media sphere that are like enthusiastically pro-Biden. Like it feels like even if you're a liberal, if you're progressive, you hate everybody. But even a lot of liberals seem to just throw Biden under the bus.
Oh,
so
that's
true. I don't know. We'll see. They did actually ask me to do a show tomorrow morning. I just responded to it. Thanks for reminding me. So hopefully I'll be on that for.
Maybe not
they
to
tell you
the
what it's
extreme
about.
of Trump.
We're doing a big post-debate segment on Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
He teased that. Well, he didn't mention you by name, but he did say that they were reaching out to people for like a big post-debate thing. So that's fucking awesome. That's good.
Yeah.
Some other things just want to bring to your attention. They still have not ruled on the Trump immunity thing. that we'll either hear about that tomorrow or sometime
We'll get the
early next
ruling
week.
tomorrow, or what do you mean we'll hear about that tomorrow?
Yeah, so traditionally, and I don't think there's any like rule for this, and Pisco can fact check me, but I'm 99% sure I'm right. There is no rule which says that the Supreme Court has to provide verdicts or rulings for cases that they hear in the same term. Like in theory, I think they can like drag it out for months and months and months. But there's the speculation is that we will get the ruling. We're supposed to get the ruling by the end of the term, which was supposed to be tomorrow, and now they've dragged it out until early next week. So people are saying that we will finally get the ruling on the immunity case, but it still hasn't happened yet. And so, again, I ask you, how confident are you that they're going to kind of shut down Trump's claims of immunity, or do you think they're going to try to throw him a bone?
I mean, I have no idea. I feel like it's impossible that they would allow that to stand. That just seems like one of the most unbelievable ahistoric approaches to the powers of the president that I could ever imagine. So, but I don't know. Maybe there's some like legal thing that I am missing or I don't understand. What were you saying?
Would you ever entertain the notion of any presidential immunity? Because they granted it for Nixon, right? Or excuse me, they granted civil immunity during the Nixon case in like 1970. Like, basically,
wait, can you explain that? What do you mean?
Yeah, so my understanding is that you can't like a citizen can't sue a president, any president, not just Nixon, for anything that falls within what they call the outer perimeter of their office. So if the president does something that, like, as a policy that inconveniences you or whatever, whereas you might have grounds to civilly sue somebody, you can't do it for the president.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense, though, yeah.
Right.
And it's a civil side.
What about criminal liability? Would you ever accept anything?
Well,
there's got to be some baked-in immunities already for that, would be my guess. There has to be.
Well,
I don't think there is so far, because there's never been an actual attempt to prosecute a president. I mean, Nixon was the only one where it was even considered, and President Ford pardoned him preemptively. I think.
Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, wait. I'm so sorry. Can you ask me your question again?
Yeah, so would you ever accept any level of immunity from criminal liability for a president?
No, I don't think so.
Once they leave office, okay.
And yet that is
because
what
criminal
we're seeing.
stuff is always going to have the mens rea component, and the president should never be committing crimes like that. There's just no reason in the purview of being a president for that. Why you'd be committing those.
Yeah, that's my position. But a lot of people are saying that they're going to try to strike a balance, that they're not going to adopt the full, absolute sovereign immunity approach that Trump's team is taking, nor are they going to grant special counsel's position that there's no immunity whatsoever, that you have to have there has to be some areas where the president is not criminally liable. But I don't see why that would be the case, because to your point, it's not like, my understanding, isn't it criminal conviction, like beyond all reasonable doubt? Like you can try to make that case. So like the burden's pretty high anyway.
The burden's extremely high, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like, people say, well, it'll just open up a can of worms. People are going to sue, previous presidents. And it's like that hasn't.
Suing people talk about suing people.
Going to prosecute previous presidents, but that hasn't happened. Again, even with Nixon, he was never actually prosecuted.
Well,
so I still feel like
there was a concern that he would be, though, and I believe at the time the understanding was that he could be, and I believe that's one of the reasons why he was pardoned.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if they rule that there's no immunity, do you think that
this conversation happened before the debate between Biden and Trump, and I'm pretty sure the whole Supreme Court happened after the debate. So they're discussing things that, we are watching this with the power of hindsight, is what I'm saying. We're watching this little discussion with the power of hindsight is 2020. So we have to take a little bit of a correction for that.
The conservative prophecy that this is just going to trigger a tit-for-tat prosecution. Do you think that will happen?
No.
Like it will open the floodgates?
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Well,
I think it's by a bunch of people that don't understand the law. What are the crimes? People get mad at me when I say this. When people are like, "Oh, Bush should be charged for war crimes. Obama should be charged for war crimes." What crimes?
That's the one. What crimes say he drone struck an American citizen in the Middle East.
What's the crime?
What the particulars were.
You need to point to a crime that we're talking about here. Are we going to say that like it was a murder? Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. No, I think it's absolutely fucking absurd. And again, this is the United fucking States of America. Okay, like one of the very few shared values that we should have as citizens is that no individual is above the law. Even in England and everything, the Magna Carta and all this shit. No kings, nobody is above the law. Nobody's above the law. The idea that the United States president would be the first one, like in this realm of democracy, to rise above all criminal law would just be one of the most hilariously ironic ways for the United States to begin its downward tumble. It would just be insane.
Uh-oh.
Who do you think is going to
Uh-oh.
win the election? Final question.
I
as
think
of
Biden
right
will.
now.
I still think so, but anything can happen. We'll see.
God, I love your optimism. I'm too much of a cynic. But the last time I was pretty cynical on an election, IRI proved me wrong, and the red wave never manifested. But good. Anything else going on? Are you back in the States for a long stretch, or are you going to be traveling again?
Nope, I'm back here for a while. Yeah, probably through the election at least, I would imagine. Or I don't have any plans to travel, at least not out of the country right now. So
Awesome. All right, buddy. Listen, you enjoy the rest of your day. And I'm telling you, if you get bored, that Piers Morgan panel, pretty fun. You should watch it and criticize it and react
keep
to
it
it.
in mind. All right.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Spurred, that tax spurred.
Now the debate
when we
itself.
cut the taxes, as an example,
Watching the
the
debate
corporate
itself.
tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue back into our country.
What are we even talking about here? It feels like both of them are trying to answer as much as possible in like 2 minutes.
They've raised $500 million, billion dollars, I should
There
say,
you go.
in a 10-year period.
No, he
We'd be able to
wouldn't.
wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help
What?
make sure that all those things we need to do.
Decisions right
We need
now.
that emote of
And
this
right
face.
now, the state, follow your heart, but you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with
Follow
other
your
things.
heart.
You got to get elected.
True.
The problem they have is they're radical
Bro,
because they will
what is
take
happening?
the life of a child.
You don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying, including
There was a good
young
point
woman who
buried
just
somewhere in there.
Murdered. What's he going to do? In fact, if
Oh.
if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks, something very, very conservative. I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
No, let him talk. No, let Trump. Oh, no. I wanted to hear his answer there. Biden's funny because of how he says it. Trump is funny for what he says. It's the dynamic duo. Go ahead and just close your mouth, please. He's anti-mewing. Bro, what is my country? What is happening?
Russia from going in.
Thanks.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous.
Okay.
It's simply a lie.
Okay.
Number one.
Nice.
Number two.
Take it slow.
The idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong.
Okay.
Simply wrong. No president.
Oh my
has
God.
spoken like that.
We're doing a whole list.
No president in our history has spoken like that.
Do 3. Okay.
Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties?
Okay.
For molesting a woman in public.
Oh!
A range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean,
Okay.
what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star. Number one. Number two. That was a case that was started and moved.
We've entered Twitch debate territory.
They moved a.
This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are.
Oh,
Good things
okay,
Hitler's
better.
done, that's what he said.
Slogans, yes,
This guy
that's
has
good.
No sense of American democracy.
Okay, yes. He's pulling it back. Slogans.
Jake, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. His own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time.
Damn.
His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why?
Damn,
Why?
that's
Do you know
pretty
why?
bad. Focus on that.
Why are they not endorsing
Focus.
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to
Let him answer that. I wanted to hear Trump's answer to that.
debate.
Bro.
He just has to make it until when? November?
Yeah.
That's all he has to do is
That's
make it till
happened.
November, okay? I believe in his ability to stay alive. That's all that matters.
Like, somebody needs to hold up a sign somewhere, clear your fucking throat. I feel like that's like 50% of the problem. I don't even know how he doesn't hear.
Well, it could also be that
That is actually my worry. That is actually my genuine worry, that if they replace him now, it'll just be with someone that will just give Trump a victory, you know? Because it's not... It's really simple to replace him, but, you know, you have to replace him with someone that will actually also win, you know? That's actually the whole trick, the whole thing.
that's just his voice because he's like 97 years old.
I don't know. Like, he usually like clears, I don't know, like 4 tablespoons of phlegm.
He might have.
mid-sentence.
Maybe he
Yeah.
has COVID.
He
Maybe he's
sounds
debating through
weaker.
COVID right now.
Oh, all right. What do you think so far? Real talk.
Not good.
I mean, it's a meme debate. I don't know. Biden. I think that most people are just going to take away from this like the timbre of Biden's voice, which sounds pretty bad.
That is true.
It sounds like when he tries to answer a question, it sounds like he's trying to say way too much. Whereas when Trump answers questions, like it sounds like this. Okay, so the question is like, how are we going to improve schools? And then Biden's answer is like, well, we're gonna all the textbooks are gonna come out, and we're gonna have every teacher is gonna get a raise for $48,000.
The idea.
Yeah, and it's like
True.
like he's like trying to run down like his whole platform in his head. Whereas like for Trump, it's like, how are we gonna improve schools? And Trump's like, let me tell you something. Joe Biden had more U.S. servicemen killed in Afghanistan on his pullout than have ever died in any American war in all of history.
True.
And he's a loser. And it's like, that's like it's like, what? I don't even know what the fuck we're listening to right now. And that's basically it.
Yeah.
It's been painful so far. But you know what? I will say, historically, incumbent presidents don't do well in their first debates. Obama, everyone said he was a.
I don't think there's any precedent. I think we're in uncharted waters, my friend. I don't know if there's any precedent that we can
draw from,
appeal to right now.
All I'm going to say is you better keep your appointment tomorrow with Pierce to defend this.
I mean, they haven't responded back to me, so. It's basically just going to be a bunch of people saying like, okay, well, let's ignore the substance of the entire conversation. Just talk about how they sound, and that's going to be the whole convo. That's it. So.
Oh God. All right. Well, I'm watching you watch it because I have a very low like secondhand embarrassment threshold. So like I had this. It's a struggle, bro. It really is. So anyway.
Don't worry. He's just waking up. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Round 2. All right, talk to you soon.
We did the quest. So round 2 was not any better. So there we go. Spoilers. It did not go any better. It did not end up in a big Biden success. Again, hindsight is 2020 when it comes to these things. But you know, we've got our mandatory Destiny segment with Monster Hunter, with a video game. Hopefully I'm being transformative.
Do you think this will have a major impact on elections? I think historically.
Hindsight is 2020. People are panicking and wondering if to replace him. So actually, yeah, this is having somewhat of an effect on the election, sort of, no? It sure is getting people to talk. It sure is getting people into frenzy. So it sort of has an effect. It sort of does have an effect.
Historically, I don't know if it was Nate Silver or just 538 published that debates often have zero impact on elections, is what they've reported in the past. I don't know if that was true or not, but I also don't know if that'll be true in this election, because I feel like everything about like our recent elections, I don't know how well trends predict anything, because that's also something that 538 fought, so I have no idea, who knows.
Welcome back to the CNN president.
Historically known, this is the earliest debate ever. I don't know.
Let's talk about persistence.
I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All you had to do was leave it alone.
He's low-key cooking. Yeah, what, on the flame on 1 out of 10?
Cooking.
Easy. It's in the way.
This is true. Historically, incumbents don't do well in their first debates. Yeah, but I'm not sure if people historically have panicked as much as after this one. Have people always been panicking as much as after what happened here? Historically.
He just needs to pick like 1 or 2 talking points instead of trying to like rattle off every fact.
He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. Do you notice he never took out...
What are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment?
Why is it funny? Is that not true?
Jake, we were doing very well
he didn't answer the question
until the COVID came along.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, you can see I conserve all my brain power for being the president.
Yeah. I mean, Trump isn't even, technically speaking, all that younger, so...
Half my career.
I don't waste any of it on talking.
Criticized being the youngest person.
What did you think about that, Destiny? What do you think?
This is pure.
It's not very good. Not very good, is what I will say with hindsight 2020. Yeah, actually, people panicked quite a bit after Obama's first debate against Romney. In fact, the flash poll after the debate, more people thought Obama lost than thought Okay, so let me ask you this. Did people consider replacing Obama with some other candidate then? After Obama's debate? Was that a thing? Did people say, did the Democrats were like, maybe we should replace him last minute?
Pure cinema.
Isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Bro, my,
Did you see how Trump is like
my country is
abusing the
cooked.
rule set?
Okay.
Bro.
What?
See how he's abusing the rule set of the debate, and he's talking way more than fucking Biden?
Oh, you mean by not answering a question and getting to respond more or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. I haven't kept track of the talking time, but...
Because whenever he answers when the other guy's talking, he hijacks his time, then does it his response time without actually answering it, and then they give him more time because he didn't answer the question. Dude, he's tripling his time 2.5x. It's insane.
Sure. I mean, Biden could do it too, but at this point, it's probably better. Biden doesn't talk that much, but...
Yeah, it's why I didn't agree with like the mute thing. I feel like you should have like a human element to letting them talk and not talk, you know? Than having this like bullshit cut off. Because now they're like almost forced to like give him his time or more time. It's kind of odd.
I mean, like, I understand it though. They want to make them not a spectacle rather than having people just like screaming at each other and going for quips, but... At this point, these two individuals live in completely separate realities. So,
yeah, I mean, Trump is not. He's talking about other shit. Like he queued the wrong game mode. He's literally talking about other shit the entire time.
Yeah, kind of. I guess Biden sounds like a nervous high school debater who's trying to fit in like every single particular fact he has about a particular point. And
down.
Trump and the people that support Trump generally just live kind of like in an emotional world. And
the panic certainly manifested differently. They didn't think about replacing him. They just thought he would lose.
as long as Trump like hits the right emotional notes, like True. It always feels like he's giving a really good answer to everything. He just has to keep like basically playing the same song. But Biden is like, I think Biden on his answers, he just needs to focus on like one or two things and just like hammer that home and then stop trying to fit in like every talking point. Yeah, I think. Because it's the problem is like nobody cares about policy in these debates. They just want to hear you sound good and sound strong.
Yeah. He's getting like 50% result on like everything, and he's not getting it to the finish line on anything, right?
Basically, yeah, I think
that's kind of
that's sounding strong. He's sounding ill. When I heard the debate for the first time, I thought Biden was struggling to speak. Quite frankly, there's actually a model that has correctly predicted every election since 1984 and respectively predicts every presidential election since 1980. I can explain it if you would like. A model? What is the model? I'm not sure. It's not just one guy predicting things. Like it's an actual whole model, right? Not just one person predicting things. Right?
What I kind of felt about it. Also, with Trump, it's like whenever he squeezes most of his time to answer the old question and whatever, they give him very little time to answer the new question. And if it's a tough one, he just goes blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no.
Okay, one moment, because the audience has fallen anyway. So I will get a toast. I'll get a nice toast and then I'll be back, okay? I'll be right back with you with a toast because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. It's been 4 hours and, I need some sort of sustenance. I need sustenance in order to have food. Does that make sense? Are you agreeing with me on this? Okay, I'll be right back with a warm toast. I've got a toaster. That's right, toaster cleaner. I've got a toaster. I'm going to use it to make myself toast. So I'll be right back with the toast I'm going to make. And in the meantime, invite more people to come and watch this stream because I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm back, and only one person has bailed. Only one person was not able to wait for my toast. Shame. Shame on you, whoever left. Look, it's the toast. Okay, one other person left. Pfft. Toast haters. They hated.
I'm the best in this. They love me in that, and that's the end of that question. Like,
yeah, but that's
insane.
all his supporters want to hear. So it's
Yeah,
smart
I
for
know.
him. Like that's who he's appealing to. That's what they want to hear. Yeah, yeah. He won't answer. He doesn't need to answer any tough questions though. So, yeah. But I think that I think you have to realize that you're playing in two different worlds, and then you have to respond to your audience and stop trying to, I guess, like debate the other one or whatever. And Trump is doing a good job of that, and Biden is just he's ghost walking his way through this conversation.
Well, also his nonverbal is complete dog shit.
Oh, you mean the crazy faces?
His faces, his reactions, his whatever. Like I know this is not like people don't look into that much. But it's just like
they might. I don't know.
The look of his eyes, the shape of his eyes are. He always looks like he's pity and he's losing. He looks.
People absolutely pay attention to that, by the way. Would you like me to explain the election model and where it currently sees this election? It might take a bit. Yeah, okay. You can write it in the chat.
Looks like he's losing just because of his face. It's insane.
Yeah, I don't know, man. These are some keyno facial expressions. Why does it matter if he signals to his audience? What benefit does that give him? He already has them. Because you're trying to turn out voters. You're trying to get people to go and show up at the polls and vote.
Is that GG?
I think it's over. People keep asking about swapping up with Newsom. I don't think they can swap. I just don't think that. I don't know if Biden can do anything besides dying that would force them to swap the candidate. I feel like it would be such a shakeup. I think you would just instantly lose like some huge percentage of your voter base. It would just be like, or maybe it would be like super. I feel like Kamala would be better. No, I don't think so. I think Kamala would be deeply divisive.
Oh.
She's both black and a woman.
You want to call in? Okay, you can call in. Why not? To explain to me the model. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard you speak before. You call me in our DMs. Just make a call. Good night, Ali. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. How's my audio?
It is audible. It is very audible. Hold on.
Well, that's good.
So yes, would you like to introduce yourself, etc.?
Yeah.
My
My name's.
to the screen.
Oh yeah, of course. My name's Eris. My pronouns are it, its, or they, them. And I just wanted to kind of discuss the electoral model. I've been following along with it a lot because it helps quell my fears, but it's also, at least in my eyes, pretty well developed. So it's created by this historian of American history at the American University in Washington, D.C. His name's Alan Lichtman. And he started this model with just as a quick history, he started this model with a Russian earthquake predictor. So somebody who would, a seismologist, I think is what they're called.
Wait a minute, you're a bit loud.
Sorry, okay.
No, it's for me to fix. Can you say something?
Yeah. How's this?
One moment. How do I fix you? That sounds horrible, but I think I know. One moment.
Okay.
My apologies. Also,
That's okay.
I'm always skeptical about a single person being able to sort of supposedly predict stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. I'm also, skeptical each election, especially this one, whether or not it'll hold up. But it's like a public's he put it out like an actual set of keys that he calls them, based on electoral history. So there's 13 of them, and they either turn. Okay, let me think of how to describe this. So there's 13 of these keys, and they're all based. Most of them, anyway, are based on on how well the White House party does. So the current White House party would be the Democrats. Um, it's based on their performance, and also their candidate only mildly factors in. But I'll just read out what the keys are. So there's like midterm gains, so whether or not uh, the party in the White House won the midterms. So the Democrats didn't win the midterms, for example, because we lost the House. Then whether or not there's like a significant primary contest uh, to seek, the presumptive nominee for the Democrats, whether there's an incumbent seeking reelection, a third party candidate that's like a major third party candidate, strong long term economy, strong short term economy, major policy change from the last administration, so from Trump to Biden, social unrest, like significant social unrest, like Vietnam War protests or the Black Lives Matter protests, foreign military failure. So if no foreign military failure, so basically it depends upon, the party in the White House not failing in foreign policy in something, and major foreign military success. Then these are the two that actually deal with the people that are seeking election. So there's a charismatic incumbent, which Biden is not. And then there's uncharismatic challenger, which Trump is not. And the way he explained it is that charisma is something that needs to be a bipartisan viewed sort of thing. So, for instance, Obama in 2008 was a widely charismatic candidate. There's some Obama Republicans,
Some would
and
claim that Trump has a form of charisma, no?
he definitely has a form of charisma, but it's not like a bipartisan form of charisma that appeals to a wide audience. It only appeals to a small audience, which is, of course, his own audience, the Republicans, but it does not appeal
Well,
to
but it's also not exactly a small audience since he has a chance to win.
Well, no,
He's
it's
doing
not
pretty well
small,
in the
but it's not
polls.
like, but there's no like, for instance, there were Reagan Democrats.
And remember,
there's no Trump Democrats.
some of his rhetoric actually does reach just not his voter base. For example, immigration thing. I think that's basically not just his cycle fans are sort of have this base fear of people from the outside going in and, I don't know, doing bad things. That's a pretty basic base fear. That people sort of, that populist movements all over Europe take advantage of successfully.
Yeah, that's definitely true. For the sake of the keys, that doesn't actually factor into like personal charisma, and this is some of the, I'd say, criticism he gets is that especially those last two keys are subjective to some extent. So who views who as charismatic? Like, would we view Trump as a widely charismatic candidate, or would we not? But he said this election he views Trump as not a charismatic candidate because there's no Trump Democrats, whereas there are Reagan Democrats or Obama Republicans, for example.
But there are people that have basically said that they hate Trump, but they will vote for him exactly because of the whole borders thing.
Yeah, that is true. And I guess it remains to be seen how much of that is like Democrats or like more left leaning independents or people who are going to vote for Trump anyway, regardless of that. But basically, the reason I bring up this model of predicting elections is because it has a pretty good track record. He started in 1984 with predicting the re-election of Ronald Reagan. And from there on out, each election he was correct. In 2000, however, he did predict that Alan Gore would win the election. Al Gore. And obviously that didn't happen. Bush won.
So
But he
basically, that
maintains,
just destroys his record.
yeah, but he maintains that Al Gore should have won, and that what happened was that in Florida,
everyone will say that you know.
Well, yeah, and the reason he says that though is because he believes that the election was stolen in 2000, because the Florida Supreme Court and the Supreme Court of the United States threw out like thousands of ballots, and the majority of those, I think, well, not the majority, I think 1 in 10 of them were actually ballots from African American voters. So in Florida, and those were thrown out instead of being counted. So, and especially in an election that was decided by literally a few hundred
Was
votes.
that ever proven? I mean, you can say that
Well,
it was
right.
stolen, but
Well, it's worth noting, I guess, that Sandra Day O'Connor, a former Supreme Court, justice, said that the U.S. Supreme Court messed up on it, and she was a conservative, and also he wrote I don't know what the word would be. He wrote basically an open letter slash, yeah, I guess an open letter would be the correct term, to this one organization in the United States. I don't remember exactly what, but basically he laid out his theory of the fact that the United States Supreme Court, by ruling that the votes not be recounted in Florida, led to
that is true. But
Bush
by
winning.
that, by that, because I think if we're talking about the same person, he made at least two blunders when it comes to predictions. At least two.
He only made one blunder.
I think he missed. I think there were like two elections that he missed. I believe
there was only one that I believe, which is 2000. He correctly predicted Trump winning in 2016, as well as if you go, like I said, retrospectively back to 1860, which is when the dichotomy of current politics started.
You can always pat yourself on the back when your prediction comes through, but you can also always create an explanation if it doesn't. In retrospect.
That is true. I mean, Nate Silver did the same thing in 2016 whenever he predicted, 80% Hillary would win, 20% Trump would win. And then when Trump won, he said, see, I told you there was a 20%. So, yeah, you can never be wrong, but you can never be right.
Yeah.
But I put more stock into this one, at least this model, because it's based on history, like looking back at each individual election and seeing what the situation was like to lead to a victory.
But that's basically hindsight 2020 approach, isn't it?
It is a hindsight 2020 approach from definitely 1860 to 1980, because, he can just say, well, yeah, the keys went well for these ones. Because he didn't predict those ones, because those were before his election model. But from 84 to 2020, besides 2000.
Like what keys decided that Hillary won the popular vote, but the Electoral College voted for Trump?
That is another thing that the way he explained it kind of didn't make much sense to me, but he basically said instead of focusing on popular vote, he focuses on electoral votes, on how it looks like it's going to win. I'm not sure how he changed the model to correct for that, but basically the keys that went against Hillary for her to have lost in 2016, the major one anyway, was two that are very important. No primary contest, because Bernie Sanders was a significant primary rival, and an incumbent seeking re-election, because there was no incumbent seeking re-election. And historically, whenever the White House party is trying to run for re-election, but there's no incumbent seeking re-election, they lose.
So that's Yeah, that means nothing. It's very weak.
Well, I mean, it means
just
something.
Because it means nothing. It's just you cannot say just because something happened in 5 times in a row in the past, it establishes some magic rule that if no president seeks a re-election, then the people from this camp will lose. It feels like a bit of
well, it wasn't 5 times in a row necessarily. It was like each individual time since 1860.
Well, sure, but it feels like almost like a horoscope type of thing,
Like I see
it's
what
like
you mean,
correlation equals causation almost thing.
I understand that. I see where you're coming from, but the reason why I feel that this model is at least has some credence to it, at least if we don't even want to go by the fact that it correctly predicts some elections, we could go by the fact that it's based upon history, and like it could become false at any moment. Like the model could suddenly not predict anything at any moment. But I think it's just worth looking at that. Even if we don't take like stock into this predicting anything, we can still take stock in the fact that historically
I don't know.
these specific
I feel like
like
we
these
should
specific
be.
things. Go ahead.
I think we should be predicting things more on like the specific candidates, what they have to sort of offer, how they present themselves, rather than the candidates
It's
from
based.
this camp in the past did this well.
Oh,
So
that's not how it works. Actually, I must have explained it incorrectly. It is based upon the performance of the current White House party. That's just how the keys were developed. But the keys themselves, as they work now, are based on how the White
like
House
how
party
do the keys
and
fit into like a presidential candidate that's basically anti-democracy and sort of created a cult of personality around himself?
yeah, that's the thing. They don't. So we have no idea whether or not this will have, you know, hold up in 2024, or whether the keys break because of such an unprecedented scenario. But my point in all of this basically is that there's still some stock in having somebody like an incumbent specifically run for re-election, which would be Biden, or if he were to step down, Kamala would then be an incumbent, or no primary contest, because a primary contest splits the party between camps. So that's kind of what I was trying to get at here, which is that
It can
the
split it, but
Democrats.
it can also bolster it. That's also a thing.
Well, historically, each time there has been a primary contest, uh, it has split the party. So, for instance, in 2016, the party was heavily split between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders.
Didn't he just give her all of his sort of support?
He supported her, but that doesn't mean that his, supporters supported her. A lot of them didn't, and that was actually a big anger, sort of, that liberals had versus leftists, and vice
But that
versa.
didn't
In
that didn't
2016,
matter. That ended up being insignificant. She won the popular vote.
she won the popular vote, but she lost the electoral vote in key swing states. So she lost the
But the
popular vote in those
electoral
key swing
vote,
states.
does it really did the context really affect the electoral college? Like what were the members of the electoral college like? Oh, we were so for Bernie Sanders, but not for Hillary. I don't think that's how that worked.
Well, it could be, for instance, in swing states that certain people who wanted Bernie, like especially young people who wanted Bernie to be the front runner, wouldn't
But
vote
do the
in
young
Minnesota,
people are the
Wisconsin.
young people in the electoral college?
I'm sorry?
Are these young people members of the electoral college?
Members of the electoral college are chosen based upon who wins the popular vote in a state. So if Trump wins the popular vote, say in Pennsylvania, then all the electoral votes go to him. And that's how those electors are chosen.
Interesting. Very.
Yeah, that's why it's a fairly, one would say, and I would say, an anti-democratic system, because then it puts power disproportionately in certain states, swing states,
Yeah.
versus the whole country. But Republicans are never going to want to demolish it because they've only won the popular vote once since I think 1988, and that was in 2004. They don't win the popular vote. But we can't eliminate it because the moment we try, Republicans, of course, won't let that happen. But see, that's why the popular vote in these states is like important, and why people sitting out to vote could, like, as a result of, for example, their favorite candidate not winning the primary, could cause issues, if that makes sense.
Maybe. I don't know. It's all very, very strange. And you also add the voter ID thing into it.
Yes, you add the voter ID into different states.
Having to
I think
register
North
to vote
Carolina.
also feels like a very, very strange rule to me.
It is a very strange rule. The U.S. has a lot of undemocratic practices, especially dependent upon the state that you're in. So if you're in a Republican state, I guarantee you it will be much, much harder for you to vote, especially, I'm sure as time passes, it'll be even harder to vote. Then, for example, if you're in a blue state,
And
they
of
make it
course,
easier to vote.
prisoners not being able to vote is also bizarre to me.
That is extremely bizarre and anti-democratic. But the United States largely treats their prisoners like slaves. So,
In Poland, prisoners can vote.
yeah, the United States has a horrible, horrible prison system. But yeah, that was kind of my point with the model. That there's a lot of things put into these different keys that, like, they're not just, as Kamala would say, they didn't fall out of a coconut tree. They are in the context of like actually of voters themselves. So, for instance, a primary contest could split voters, and that's why it could make it less likely
but it
for the
doesn't have
party.
to, you know?
It doesn't have to, in theory. Like, inherently, there's nothing about it that should have to. But, like, historically, that's just how it's played out in the United States.
Yeah, but it
including in
doesn't
2016.
follow that since it's happened in the past, then it will also definitely happen in the future. That's the problem
No, it
with
doesn't
this sort
follow
of
that
predictive models. That you just
I
look
mean-
and say, oh, this happened 4 times in a row, then that means it will happen again. Well, no. What if the opposite happens the next 5 times in a row?
Well, then I guess the model would,
You know?
not work anymore. But I think there's some credence, at least, in saying that this model has correctly predicted since 1984. And
Or
if we go
guessed,
back,
to be quite honest, based on the criteria of the model, would be more accurate statement than predicted.
I mean, at that point, I think it might get a little pedantic, but I suppose that guessing, I guess, would also work. Except a guess, I mean,
I mean,
it all depends
guessing
on how you
sort
wanna look at it.
of adds element of uncertainty, and predicting sort of adds a big element of certainty to the thing.
Well,
I
there's a
predict,
lot of
therefore I know this will happen. I predicted. I know it will happen in advance.
I mean, I suppose it depends on who's saying it, but I'm sure that this guy probably would say that, yeah. But a lot of there's, not just this predictive model, but there's other predictive models that use past patterns of events to predict things that may occur. So, like, I see your skepticism behind it. But if we're just going by the patterns of how things have worked out, and again, like, I guess you can argue that some of these keys
there are
are
predictive models based on things that have happened in the past, but they are based on more sort of like, we can predict that, I don't know, if we let go and a ball, it will fall to the ground, and we can do it 5 times in a row, and we can predict that by the 6th time it will probably act the same. But we're dealing with sort of fixed laws in this, and when it comes to predicting presidential elections, we're dealing with so many different factors that are not always fixed and sort of fixed rules,
Right, I see what you mean. Again, I suppose that the credence I pull from this is that he is correctly, if you want to say, guessed the elections, and that they're based upon, again, what happens during elections, and not just that, but also they're based on the performance of a party in power. So, like there's no predictive model or guess model, if you want to say, that has worked quite as well as this one. And so, even if you don't want to say that this can correctly guess what's
this
going to
party
happen,
is also
there's
changed, right? The GOP from how many years ago is a little bit different than the GOP of today.
right, but he correctly predicted 2020, for example. That 2020 even though the Republican Party is the way it is, that Biden would eke out a victory in that one. Not quite eke it out, but you know. And even if you want to say that this can't predict, like even if we want to say this can't really predict something, it's still worth noting that these things have strong correlations to a party's strength. So, like whether or not the economy is strong, for example, which is based upon like, you know, GDP growth, or if the real per capita economic growth during the term exceeds the mean growth during the previous two terms, stuff like that, which is more not subjective, I would say. That's based upon like hard numbers. So, you know, even if the public perception, for example, is that the economy isn't necessarily doing well, if it's not in recession, then the economy is considered by this stable, like by this model, to then be in the favor of the White House party. And also a third party is another thing. Like obviously, if there's a third party candidate, unless it's clear that it's pulling votes away from the opposition party, then it doesn't look good. Then a third party is going to pull away votes from the party in power.
Right.
So, for example, in I think it was in 1992, Ross Perot took away votes from George H.W. Bush, and that was like the main reason, at least one of the main reasons, that George H.W. Bush lost re-election and why Bill Clinton was the one to win. And mind you, Bill Clinton at this time was actually following
But at the
for his
same
re-election.
time, if that's true, then hold on, maybe I'm mistaken. Didn't Bernie Sanders run in 2020?
Yes, he did run in 2020.
So shouldn't he have split the vote and stolen votes from Biden?
No,
Making him...
because the Democrats weren't the ones that were in power. They weren't the ones in the power of the White House. This model is largely used for the party in the White House. So for example, if Trump was the running in 2020, which he was, but there was like a significant challenger that somehow stole 50% of the vote for him in primaries, but Trump still won, that would look bad to him. That would look bad for him, and that would split the vote amongst them. But yeah, Bernie did run in 2020. The vote just happens to, it seems that voters, at least if we're going by historical
very
precedent.
Convenient.
Well, I'm not sure if I would say it's convenient as much as it is that it just manifests differently. So, for example, like a primary contest when there's an incumbent running is different than a primary contest for the party that's out of power.
Maybe. It's not sure how much of a factor that is when it comes to the splitting of the vote.
Well, again, that's only one factor out of like 13 factors that he puts. So there's quite a few other factors. That's just a small one.
Well, it's small one now, but you said that it caused elections in the past, so it's not a small one. It's a big one.
Well, it, along with other keys, has cost elections in the past. So, for instance, no incumbent seeking re-election in 2016. That's another one that was pretty important. Obama couldn't run for re-election. Obviously, he only got 2 terms.
Yeah.
So that leaves no incumbent running for re-election. Also, Democrats lost the midterms in 2014. So that didn't do well for them either. There was no major policy change from Obama's 2012 to 2016, from 2008 to 2012. It's stuff like that. Like there's a myriad of different factors, not just one that.
So I don't think it can be boiled down to a simple model, is what I'm saying.
Well, this model takes into, it's not so simple in that it takes into account 13 different.
13, I don't think like that's enough, to be honest.
Maybe.
There are many factors when it comes to these things.
Maybe, but again, something I should point out is that hidden behind each key is those different factors encompassing it, if that makes sense. So, for example, no third party. Like, that can look pretty simple on the surface. Like, is there a third party or not? But when you look deeper into that, it could, like, for example, is there a third party? That could be indicative of the fact that there is general discontent with whoever is running for re-election or whoever is running for election. So, for example, Ross Perot in 1992. His election campaign doing so well, even though he didn't win electoral votes, he still took a lot of popular vote. That has largely to do with the fact that there was general discontent with George H.W. Bush in general. So, like, these keys look simple on the surface because they're just, they're meant to be that way, to be easily digestible. But if you want, you can expand them into meaning like, okay, this is the way that it is for this reason, and this can cause this.
Yeah, but
if
at that
makes
point,
sense.
it becomes analysis and not prediction.
Well, analysis, I think, is a very important part in prediction. Analysis of the past, analysis of patterns to predict.
Yeah, but you just cannot claim to be able to predict something with 100% certainty.
Well, no, you can't obviously predict anything with 100% certainty. There's always a chance that
you
this model
can
fails.
predict some things with 100% certainty. As I've said,
Well,
if you
yeah,
drop a
but
ball,
like,
it will
there's
100% fall due to gravity. There will be no exceptions to that.
right, but this is a different kind of model because this is a historical model, whereas that is a model based off of fixed laws of physics.
Yeah. But history does not dictate. That's the whole thing. That's a very fundamental misunderstanding of history. History is not a thing that dictates what will happen in the future. History is a thing that explains what brought us to now.
Right, I see what you mean, and I would agree. But the thing is
But
that
it's not the function of history to sort of tell us what will happen.
I agree. But the thing is that these keys don't necessarily, while they're based on history, yes, they don't necessarily function by looking at the history. So, for example, when I'm looking in this election, the 2024 election,
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the 1860, I don't know, I forget what, I think it was 1892 when Grover Cleveland was running for re-election. He was the only president to have 2 non-consecutive terms. Like, I wouldn't look at that to predict this one because it's a completely different time period, and that's not going to predict what's happening now.
Okay.
Instead, we want to look at instead, these are keys based on the past, but these keys take analysis of the now. They don't analyze the past to predict the present or the future. They take into account the present.
But the keys were created based on the analysis of the past.
Right, they were based on the analysis of the past, but I think what's different from what you're saying, which is that the past doesn't predict the future inherently, is that these keys, is that like the present is being used to predict it, not the past, if that makes sense.
But the very instruments are based on the past.
The very instruments are based on the past,
so they
but
might
their
not
function
be
is
fit
based on the
for
present.
the task of the present.
But they're also based on present day analysis. So, for example, a strong long-term economy and a strong short-term economy. If there's I don't think one would say that if there is a strong economy, that it's less likely for the party in power to win than, for instance, if there's a recession or even a depression.
Yeah,
then
but
it would be
there's
less likely.
also how the economy is and how the economy is actually perceived.
Right, and historically, if we want to take that into account, historically, the difference between how it's perceived and how it actually is doesn't actually factor into the election.
Historically, but that does not follow that it has to be the case always. Since, for example, people tend to say that the slogan that Trump did great with economy and Joe Biden didn't seems to hit with a lot of people.
Yeah, that is true. Except for the fact that in 2020, Trump's economy was tanked due to the coronavirus.
Well,
and
yeah,
his
but that just
mishandling of
proved
it.
my point.
How so?
If it tanked and people perceive it as good, then
people didn't perceive the economy as good though in 2020.
Well, now they do, and what matters is now.
You see? Right, but I don't think Democrats perceive that. Like, I'm sure we would have to do a poll to be able to figure that out.
But we were talking about people that are voting for Trump, not the Democrats.
Right, but the people
And
that
there
were
are
going to
also
vote
a
for
lot
Trump
of
are going to vote for him
undecided
anyway.
sort of people that are not necessarily Democrats.
That is true. There are quite a few independents. But I don't think that Democrats, for example, would view that the economy was good in 2020, especially when there was such a severe recession.
Philip August
Republicans
said.
may think that, and that would be their perception.
It's
But
not
that doesn't
predicting, it's
necessarily.
helping you guess. We didn't know Russia would invade, but we knew what Putin's track record was, so that affects the interpretation when you see the troop build up. Yeah, so it's basically, it helps you guess, although that is also different because that is the track record of a single of policy of a single leader, Vladimir Putin. He did this in the past and then he did this, and then he probably will continue on the way that he did things. And in this model you're basically creating a track record between different people, two different people, so it's a whole thing altogether, sort of.
Well,
To
each
create
election.
to make a track record of actions of a single person, and then try to create a track record of elections of totally different people that run for office.
Well, this model is again based on whatever the current White House party in power is and their own performance.
Mm-hmm.
So again, did they do well with the economy or not? Has there been a major policy change since Trump's administration? Which is, yes, there's been major policy change. And like, I suppose one could argue, like, this is so subjective, so based on history, that how could this possibly work? But I guess, the fact of the matter is that it has correctly predicted elections. And
But it
so, like,
also has
while.
failed to predict at least once. So.
Right. Again, if you believe that George Bush did win, in fact, that election.
Yeah, but you can then always explain it away that actually it doesn't count because it wasn't legitimate. By that token,
But that was a very specific election.
Listen, by that token, Trumpists would say that he falsely predicted 2020.
Right, but he didn't falsely predict it because he predicted correctly that that Biden would win.
Yeah, but Trumpists would say the same thing that he says to explain away why his prediction was incorrect.
Right. 1 second. Let me get a charger.
If you know what I mean.
Right, I understand what you mean in that case, but also a lot of Republicans are separated from reality in a very fundamental way. So I'm not sure that should be viewed in any major or important
way.
Sure,
But is it like an established fact that that election was illegitimate, that the person incorrectly predicted?
What do you mean?
Is it
like 2000 specifically?
Yeah. Is it an established fact that it was actually that the candidate 100% should have won and that it was quote unquote stolen? Or is it that, or is only the person doing the predicting saying that? Because
it's actually a very large scandal in the United States history that in 2000 Al Gore should have won had it not been for the Supreme Court's intervention.
It's a scandal,
and
but
not recounting.
It being a scandal does not make it fact. Something being a scandal does not make it fact.
I mean, if you want, you could look into the 2000 election, but yes, it is widely accepted. At least, I guess it depends on who you want to ask.
Well,
but that in 2000,
it doesn't sort of, something being widely accepted once again does not make it fact.
Okay, yes, but it has been, at least by certain groups, if you want to say.
Oh yeah, but you can say that about 2020. Certain groups say that it was like this. Certain groups accept.
Right, but I think there's something to be said about empirical facts and the fact that.
Well, yeah, we're not speaking about empirical facts. We were talking about things being widely accepted or. So
Right, but when
in
I say
neither
accepted,
case
I
we're
mean
talking
when
about.
I say accepted, I mean accepted by people who have actually studied the election, not just random people
Well,
off the
but they're
street.
well, sure, but I mean there has to be evidence involved, not just people who study the election.
There is evidence involved in that.
So is it then a shut, clear and shut case? Well, if I look up the election on the Wikipedia, will it tell me that the election was basically stolen?
I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to use those exact words, but I'm sure it will bring up that there was a large scandal involved with the Supreme Court
Although
throwing
that's not
out.
the same as saying that it's a fact that it happened. It just says that it was a scandal, and that's not the same thing. You will agree, right?
Well, I would agree, yes, that a scandal is not the same thing as it would happen. But of course, people are always going to disagree on things. So how are we going to say who is right and who is wrong in a certain uh, instance if
Because
people
it's
disagree
not a
on certain things
matter
and people
of
agree on
public
things?
opinion. It's a matter of it's accepted based on evidence on some, I don't know. Uh, I assume that much like in Poland, there is a body that legally sort of looks over the election, and that body's job is to decide whether or not an election was okay or not. So does that body say that actually no, that election was bad and should have happened differently? That overseeing body.
I don't believe that there is an overseeing body like that in the United States. The United States runs elections in quite a different way than Poland.
Well, then we'll never know then. If there isn't an actual legal overseeing body which job is to make
Well,
sure
of course,
that.
with ballots that were thrown out, we can never say because we'll never get those ballots back and we'll
What are you
never be able
saying
to
there is
recount.
nobody overseeing the ballots to sort of.
There were, but those ballots were thrown out instead of recounted.
Well, then we can't know if it happened or not. We cannot say with certainty.
Okay, here, I found this. The Florida legislature has been meeting in special session since December 8th with the purpose of selecting a slate of electors on December 12th, should the dispute still be ongoing. Okay. Had the recount gone forward, it would have awarded those electors to Bush based on the state certified vote, and Gore's last recourse would have been to contest the electors in the United States Congress, except he didn't do that, and the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, reversed and remanded the case to the Florida Supreme Court. So this is nothing that I have already said, basically. That the Supreme Court gave it back to the Florida Supreme Court, who threw out a bunch of ballots.
Well,
So
what were
I
the
guess it's not
ballots?
something we could ever know. Well, ballots in large part from black people.
Yeah, but what were the contents of the ballots?
We don't know because they weren't recounted.
So
They weren't
again,
counted.
that means that we cannot know.
Again, there was a big thing with these things. I don't know if you've heard of them, called hanging chads in Florida.
Yeah.
And the fact that these butterfly ballots were very confusing, difficult to use, and a lot of people had messed them up.
And unless we have some insight into what exactly those ballots were and whom they casted the vote for, then we just cannot make an absolute statement about this.
I mean, I guess there can never be an absolute statement about this, and we'll never know.
Oh yeah, which means that the person who made the prediction cannot just say it was stolen, therefore my prediction was correct.
We're just going to have to disagree on this one then.
You know?
Because
that's just speculative conjecture at this point. My model is perfect, and it just so happens that
he never said his model is
sure.
perfect, and I don't think he claims to say his model is perfect.
Well, he sort of does if he says that it always works, and the one time it didn't is just because the election was. That's basically what he is saying. Then it works 100% of the time, and when it doesn't, it's just because the election was stolen. He is saying that his model is perfect in that case.
I mean, if you want to take it in a very cynical route, you could say that that is what he's saying.
Well,
again, that could be interpreted in different ways.
And like, for example?
Well, for example, I could say what I have been saying, which is indeed what he has said, or you could instead say, no, he's an opportunist who just wants to say that his election model is perfect and that 2000 was just a fluke because actually Gore did win, and we'll never really know.
Well, I mean, he did say that.
again, I'm pretty sure it's a matter of opinion on how we view whether or not he believes it's perfect or whether or not he believes, for example, it like now we're kind of judging a man's character and what he believes of his own model, and I'm not sure that that's something that we can say just based off of something like that.
I mean, he does basically say that his model always works, and when it doesn't, it's because something was wrong that made it not work. In this case,
Yes,
the election being incorrect. Not that the model it did not predict the thing, it's that the election itself was wrong.
Yes, and if you look at every election in presidential history, this election specifically, well, not every election, there was Rutherford B. Hayes versus Chester Alan Arthur, but if you look at this election specifically in 2000, this was an election quite unlike any other in that there were literally just a few hundred votes in Florida that would have caused Gore to win that were thrown out. This election is very different from other elections.
I don't know, with pretty high standard of evidence. I mean, we can say it was, but we can also very well say it wasn't, in which case the model has failed.
Yes, in which case the model has failed once, but it's still pretty good that it has at least predicted from 1984 to 2020 with only one failure.
So what is the model saying now?
Does it matter?
Well, it matters because we'll be able to see if it works again or if it fails.
I suppose that is true, and it could very well fail. But basically what it says is that Biden is in the lead to win.
Oh.
And the reason
I certainly would hope that the model prevails in that case.
Well, I would certainly
I'm
hope
not
so
gonna
too.
I'm not gonna be rooting for the model to fail. I'll be pretty sad if it failed in this case.
I would also be quite sad if it failed.
This would be an effective counter-argument if you could argue that this guy just chose to say this election is rigged in order to make their model look good. I'm not sure if he'll say that if Biden will lose. I doubt he'll say that. Because at least in that 2000, there's grounds to claim that. Even if it's not 100%, there's at least grounds. There's at least arguments that can be made on both sides,
Right.
sort of. So
right. Again, unless this election is based on a 0.0009% difference in one state, which is highly unlikely, it will be extremely difficult to argue that it was a stolen election.
Yeah, it's just, no. I don't think there'd be any ground for
No,
that.
I don't think so either.
Although then again, I'm not sure if this model and the keys take into account that a president is so old that when they debate, they feel like they're struggling to even speak. I'm not sure if it takes that into account.
I'm not sure that it takes that into account either, and that's actually a worry of mine, is that he views it as not being a scandal, whereas I view it as being a scandal, because it seems to me that it's quite a bit of a scandal when so many Democrats and people are saying that this guy can barely function.
Right.
Like, I would personally say that. Which is why, in my opinion, and I'm not sure how likely this is to happen, it would probably be best if Biden were to step down and Kamala were to be the one running for re-election.
The question, because it's always like also like this. I don't know. There's it's tough because there's a logical component. Logically speaking, maybe he should step down, but
also,
what if people just perceive it as
weakness
just wishy-washy with their candidates? They're just switching Biden last, and Trump's here from beginning to end.
Yeah. I understand. So, I suppose it depends on how the public views if Biden were to step down.
Yeah.
How they would view that action. Would they view it as being like, oh, finally, thank God he stepped down, or would they view it as this man is weak and wishy-washy? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
And I guess in the end, we can't say how the electoral, base in the United States as a whole is going to vote until the election itself.
True. True.
And I hope for everybody's sake, not just people in the United States, that Donald Trump does not win.
Yeah, not for the people of the world, basically.
Yes. Especially when he's basically said he would let Putin do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and
That
that he's
spells
already
trouble.
creating a tier list for NATO countries.
Yes,
Which countries will
yes.
be under the Article 5?
Yeah, it's quite depressing that anybody would vote for him, but I suppose that's the state of American politics at this moment.
Yeah. Too old.
Anyway,
All right.
I don't want to keep you any longer than I've kept you. Thank you for
Alright.
listening to me.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
And I'll see you.
I will see you. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Thank you. All right. I'm going to turn the guest off. We still have a video to finish. My goodness. So how did that go? Conversation about models. Did I do well in this blood sports debate? Did I win against my viewer? Did I win the debate? Did I destroy my enemy? My opponent? Did I win? Lucy won, thank you. If you say so, then I must have won. Okay, then we can continue watching Destiny. Oof.
I don't think. And she's also, I think, quite progressive. I think more so than Biden is. I don't think that Kamala would. I think that I don't know if Biden can do anything besides dying that would force them to swap the candidate.
Dying.
I feel like it would be such a shakeup. I think you would just instantly.
No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Oh, okay.
Lose like some huge percentage of your voter base. It would just be like, or maybe it would be like super. I feel like Kamala would be better. No, I don't think so. I think Kamala would be deeply divisive. She's both black and a woman. I don't think, and she's also, I think, quite progressive. I think more so than Biden is. I don't think that Kamala would be it. I don't think. I just don't think she's like the way. But yeah, I don't think that I don't think that Newsom. I just don't think they can do a swap at this point. I don't think they ever could have. You're locked in really hard to your incumbent. It's pretty rough, but I think not being able to communicate is just horrible for Biden. Yeah, it's definitely a problem. Although I'm not sure sometimes if his I think you can work around his communication issues. He just needs to be more I think that if he modifies the strategy, I think his communication can be sufficient for what he needs to do. All he needs to do is just focus on a few key points and then hammer that home instead of he's trying to answer so much in these questions. He doesn't need to do that. Nobody gives a Nobody that's voting for Trump has ever changed their mind because of a fact. Okay, just find your one or two points to hammer home and just focus on that. There were a few answers where he gave it and he just focused on one. He was like, yeah, just do that. That's it. That's all you need to do. Who cares? Nobody cares about the fucking numbers. Nobody cares about any of that shit. Just focus on a couple of good talking points and then do that.
What a sad.
Because that's all Trump does. Yeah, I think that'd be a better strategy.
Yeah.
Has he sounded this week recently? Sounded? No. He's either sick now or he's on his death's bed.
He felt very ill, but he did.
How can you tell a sitting president,
well
close your mouth when you're not talking so you don't look half dead? I don't know. You just say it. Listen. We just have to drag his body over the finish line.
Hubby bubby. Who's called in?
You got to remember that he wasn't allowed to confer with his staff at all. So somebody.
Who? What do you mean? Or what does that have to do with anything?
So he part of the conditions was that at no point could Biden speak with his staff. So somebody who would have told him, close your fucking mouth and clear your throat, they literally.
Sure. But I mean, also, he should just be aware of this for stage presence stuff, right?
True.
Of course. I dipped out 10 minutes after you and I spoke. How did the rest of it go? Any better?
I think in 2 weeks, most people will have forgotten, hopefully.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that way.
Let's go for that.
Yeah,
one.
So what's interesting is I don't know at this point if there's really any compelling data that presidential debates like with the needle.
Hard.
No, in the past they said they haven't, but also like everything about all these
Sounds like
elections is
Wizard of
becoming
Oz
more and
to
more
me.
detached from like reality, right? Because how many times were people saying like, oh, like if you win these 7 states or if you have this 1 or 2 things, or like what actually even for
Would be
the
nice to
last
have
primary
both.
that Biden won,
A hard and a brain.
wasn't it something like am I making this up? But like, oh, if you don't win both these primaries, you've got like a 1% chance or some bullshit for Iowa and New Hampshire, and he either lost both or he lost Iowa or some bullshit because it was Bernie and Buttigieg or some shit. But like, I don't know how much these things matter. You know, like we haven't had that many presidential elections. We haven't had that many in recent history. It's once every 4 years. The events aren't that common. I don't know if like saying, you know, like, oh, historically debates have had no impact. That might be true, but these might, you know, so it's hard to say.
There you go.
Well, and also, I mean, there are other things about this one that make it an anomaly. The fact that, you know, you have an incumbent, but Trump is effectively a quasi-incumbent as well. That's, you know, we haven't seen that in either ever or since like Grover Cleveland.
One time,
tried to run again. I think the next couple of weeks are going to be really, really painful for all of us. I mean, I try to be Biden's strongest soldier, but I said from the beginning I didn't know how he would do in this debate because I'm a cynic by nature. And I've even said on Twitter, I'm like, based on what I saw, he shit the bed here, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, but it's like a coin flip because like sometimes apparently his appearance on curly-haired guy Howard Stern was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even watch that, so I don't know.
No, it was excellent. But to be fair, that was also like some people I saw on Twitter were like, "What the hell happened between this and State of the Union Biden?" But you got to remember, I mean, State of the Union, he's reading off a teleprompter, and the stakes I think are actually lower for a State of the Union address compared to a presidential debate. It's more flexible. The Howard Stern appearance was excellent.
But also for this, like I said, like I don't know how much like there were the things where he froze up are bad, but on the answers where he didn't freeze up, he was just like trying to say every single fucking word that he could about an issue. Like he just needed like pick like 2 or 3 things, bro. You don't have to go down like your entire party's platform. Like Jesus Christ, like that wasn't a teleprompter issue or a stutter issue. It was just like just stop, just pick like 2 things and focus on it. But
he was just rambling. Like that's the thing. It's like, you know, after 50, 60 years of public service, it's almost like he felt that every answer or every question was like an opportunity to recite, you know, basically cram 50 years of experience into a 2-minute answer. And I actually think he did some of his best work when he didn't take all of the time. You know, I think there were a couple of times I saw where Tapper's like, you got 40 seconds left. It's like, no, please just move on to Trump for the love of God. But I don't know. It's definitely going to be painful for the next couple of weeks, and
we'll see what happens.
I don't. To your point, though, when I popped in, I'd be stunned if he drops out. I really would. I mean,
I just don't think the thing. It's just Newsom is it's California. It would be a new candidate coming in. Like it would be such a shakeup. I mean, I say that I maybe theoretically could turn the other way. It's like, oh my God, everybody's like so excited because it's so unprecedented. So many people go out to vote, but I think it's like such a risky play, and it's such a It's California too. Like I'm not sure. I don't know. That's just.
Well, this is so. What you just said is a point that Cenk makes a lot, which is that, you know, it would draw so much more attention if there was a contested convention, right?
Well, it couldn't be contested. It would have to be like Biden was like, okay, I'm going to let Newsom come in, right?
Right. No, 100%. Yeah. He would have to dip. Right. It would. The predicate event would be him just saying, I'm not running. I'm dropping out. You all fight over the delegates. That sort of contested convention. And I do think there would be a lot of eyes on that. But the point there where I think that Cenk and others who called for Biden to drop out from the very beginning didn't factor in is, you know, they'd refer to polls where it's like, well, listen, generic Democrat beats Trump. The problem is as soon as you put a face in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't have anything bad about a generic Democrat. All you can think of are policy positions. But as soon as you start naming them in particular,
Right.
You also have to watch out too for the online discourse on this is like really cooked because any quote unquote like centrist that's criticizing any Biden cognitive thing or whatever, these people are ideologically aligned with Trump. They don't really care about Biden's cognitive stuff. Biden could be in perfect cognitive shape. They would still vote for Trump. It really doesn't matter. These people are immovable in terms of like any kind of argument about policy or anything. They just like Trump because he's epic and he roasts people on Twitter. So that all the online discourse is like super retarded as well.
Yeah, I mean, Trump didn't answer. I mean, here's the thing. Biden at least will try to substantively address questions posed to him. Again, he'll ramble. Obviously tonight, this was the worst debate I've ever seen him have by far.
Probably worst performance publicly ever.
100%. But he at least tried to engage with the question. As you memed and others pointed out on Twitter, you know, Trump would like the next question, Trump would go back to the.
Although he did say, I will just point out that he did say that Russia will not stop at Ukraine, and that it'll go for Belarus next. That was a little bit of a blunder of an answer on Biden's part. But then again, Trump was not worse, and he said that he had private conversation with Putin, where he shared his dream of invading Ukraine. So the Ukraine part was a bit wacky, I would say. I don't know who has the best chance to beat Trump, so I don't think anyone really knows. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Let's see how long this stream is. 5 hours, over 5 hours. Okay, let's continue the video. Not even sure if I'll have time to do anything else after this, unless maybe you have a nice donation from me.
Previous question to try to get like the last word in on Biden. If he didn't get it, he didn't answer half the questions. And to your point, it seems like people don't care about that. Certainly Republicans don't. They don't care. But yes, much of like even what I call like the centrist, like so-called like liberal mainstream media. This is something I bitch about a lot on my channel, which is it's not just Fox. It's not just OAN. It's not just Newsmax. It's not just Rob Noor, Tim Pool, and all the others. The New York Times, like Media Matters, did this like this kind of expose examining, articles about Biden's gaffes compared to Trump's, and like the New York Times and CNN, all these other places, Washington Post, it was a staggering asymmetry. Like even the so-called the liberal mainstream part of the media, they grade Trump on a curve, and they do focus more on Biden, and they do expect more from Biden. But I think
that's why it's hard. It's hard because because on the left, people aren't really going to criticize Trump much on any policy position because they know that they disagree. And then the right has no standards for Trump. It doesn't really matter what he says or does. So it's a weird media environment where all of the criticism basically goes towards Biden. Like they even like half said it. They're like, yeah, the fact checker went crazy for Trump and that'll be in the record. And then that was like all I said. I was like, yeah, he didn't really answer a single question and he said a bunch of wild, crazy shit. But it doesn't even matter at this point for him. He doesn't have to say anything like that's tethered to reality at all. So, but like I said, I think this is what the Biden team has to like realize. Like, okay, well, Biden needs to pick a couple good talking points, have a couple good slogans.
A question about Ukraine. Do you think Putin's demands are acceptable? Well, if you had a strong president like me, there would be no war, which is a non-answer, And
then just like hammer those home over and over again instead of trying to do like policy debate like he's in like a college campus or some bullshit. Yeah, it's retarded.
I'm sure you wouldn't disagree with this, but in terms of how much you make it a point, let me ask you. There was a good, I think Jennifer Rubin wrote this really good op-ed in the Washington Post like 2 weeks ago. And one of her paragraphs mentioned, for a chief executive, a good chief executive,
did it to death
being a good communicator is obviously like an added bonus, but being a master rhetorician is not a necessity, right? Being a great debater is not a necessity of being a competent chief executive. You debate for a living. How much would you die on that hill? Like if someone were to try to defend Biden and say, listen, this debate was terrible, but this actually is not an indictment of Biden as an executive because that's not the point of an executive is to be a great debater. Or would you say?
I actually disagree. I think that your stage presence and everything, I think it's actually pretty important. I think that because you're the president has more power, I think, in the United States, I think, than most like of these types of roles in other countries, I think generally.
Yeah.
But I think you're also kind of like the cheerleader for America. Like you're the guy that goes on stage, you talk, you do your State of the Unions. If you're not salty as fuck, you might even do White House correspondent dinners.
Right.
Like, I think that your presence and your ability to communicate to the world, I think is really important. Our presidents historically have had good stage presence and historically have been like decent speakers. All your Reagan memes, your Gorbachev tear down this wall, like those things are epic, and I think people appreciate that. I think that Biden's mental like faculty and his inability to communicate well on stage, especially compared to how he used to communicate, I think is a huge indictment of him, both individually and as a politician.
One can communicate perfectly on the stage and have great stage presence, but not be good at debate. Those are two different skill sets. Having stage presence and communicating well to a crowd is not the same as being good at debate. So I'm not sure why he's sort of listing these things here. when discussing debate. No, it's not. I mean, that is a big. Gaza is a pretty big factor, yeah. And how Biden is sort of seen in all this, yeah. Obama had a good stage presence, spoke well, and communicated effectively in 2012. And it was not a good debate. Yeah, exactly. Just because you have a stage presence and you can communicate well doesn't follow that you'll be a good debater. Those are just two different skill sets.
Politician and as a president, for sure. But the thing is that like it would take. The thing is that like if I was comparing Biden to say like Newsom or like another or like a Buttigieg or literally almost any other or fucking my God Queen Hillary Clinton, I would 100% say that like yeah these other people I would definitely opt more for them in terms of president. But compared to Donald Trump, like I have the choice between like a potentially senile man who is a horrible speaker and isn't the best representative of us, so kind of like wacky, versus a guy who is a literal like anti-democratic, illiberal, like would try to disassemble the institutions of the United States to maintain his power forever and doesn't believe in the rule of law. It's not even close, unfortunately, because the Republicans have ceased to exist in reality. Like if this debate just happened and it was Nikki Haley or whatever,
or Mitt Romney.
Or Romney, yeah. Like I would have to sit and I would have to think a bit. I'd be like, fuck, okay, maybe. Right. Like now I have to think. For Donald Trump, I mean, they could literally wheel Biden out with a IV bag and like a Stephen Hawking voice kit, and I would probably still opt for him just because I know the people that are behind him are going to be better than.
Right, but that's that right there. That's what I'm talking about. So I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to say that. I don't want to say this. I'm not saying that communicative ability is not important. Obviously it is. You make a compelling point that as head of state, right, you're supposed to be the president is the one national office, right? So that has buy-in from all 50 states. It's not a direct popular vote. It should be. It's not, but it's like the one national office. And so I agree that like you have to be an effective communicator, and clearly Biden was not tonight. But I mean, I guess in D&D terms, how much, if you had a certain number of points,
D&D.
would you assign to like debate prowess? Because like you brought up Buttigieg and Newsom. There's no timeline in the multiverse where Biden is a better debater than those two, right? But they're not necessarily better. They would not.
I just don't think it matters. It depends on what you mean by debate prowess. Because like if you put. Like when you put Donald Trump on a stage with Ted Cruz was more eloquent. I think he's a better speaker. I think he brings home points more coherently. I would argue
he
that
knew more.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even but most people know more than Trump. Trump is not a smart man. He doesn't pretend to be. And even Rubio, arguably, but he was way younger too, I think, with Trump's in there. But that doesn't matter. Trump is funny. I think being funny is funny because I used to tell people this all the time, and the same red pillars that worship Trump, they're too stupid to realize it's because he's funny. But I would always say this about like me, like getting laid and shit in school and college or whatever. Like being funny, having a really good sense of humor gets you in with so many different people. So many things about your character don't matter if you can make people laugh. Truly, like it is one of the most important skills in life. And Trump just has really good stage presence. He's got good witty one-liners. He's like a funny dude to watch. He did his little tic-tac thing or whatever, the boxes and the inflation or whatever.
But you are considered a very good debater, Steven, and you don't make people laugh. You're not very funny. Yeah, see? Bam! Got him. I got one in. I'm a mean person. I am a mean person.
Whatever. I think that him being funny is probably responsible. I'm funny, but I really think it's like responsible for the majority of his success as a politician, because the awkward thing too that you have to make like the Trumples grapple with, but you don't because they don't care, is that like for Biden and all of his senility, how is it that a guy who can barely string together a sentence was able to shit out so much more legislation than your god emperor was? How do you ever explain that? It's like unfathomable. So like embarrassing as it might be that Biden, like was completely unable to, like present himself well on stage. Like, okay, well, what does Trump have to show for all of his cognition? Like, absolutely nothing, which is mind blowing.
Precisely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you made that point on one of your Pierce Morgan panels, and again, that's kind of where I fall on, which is.
But nobody cares. But
right, it's a surplus. It's to me, it's it's great if you're an expert communicator, but to me, like executive management, like the ability to recruit people who are competent in their particular fields and, coordination of a team and like setting an agenda, Biden has just objectively proven better. Like that's where tomorrow, if you again do that Pierce Morgan thing, that's definitely going to come up. And I feel like you just got to hit that home even harder than you did the last time, which is Pierce is the one who always says that, Trump is so funny, Trump's so witty, he's so charismatic and all these things. I think you said the last time, it's like, well, if we were electing a stand-up comedian, that'd be great, but we're electing, an executive. But it does seem like no one ever wants to compare the record. There was also a really good Washington Monthly expose which compared Trump and Biden on basically every policy area, domestically and foreign, and Biden trounced him. I mean, the number of things that Biden got done, like the infrastructure thing is the thing I go to the most, because Trump promised that he would get an infrastructure bill done. He controlled not only both chambers of Congress, but also the Supreme Court, and he never got it done. And Biden got it done in less than 1 year. Like that is an apples to apples comparison, where Biden's competence and experience comes out ahead. But yeah, I don't know how well Democrats will be able to sell that in the next couple of weeks. I know I tried to make that sales pitch on my channel, and then obviously the people who watch me like it, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to win over a lot of centrists. Like I'm stunned. I'm stunned because if you look at the polls, Trump.
Yeah, it's because you're not funny.
That's true.
If you were funny, you get people, and they'll be on your side regardless. Just like Trump. You feel that?
Yeah, but that's why Biden needs to focus on like that. Like when he was like, "You're a liar," like shit like that.
I was just joking, but I'm sorry.
Oh, you were just roasting. Oh, you're roasting Josiah. Nice.
He was.
Yeah, that was my intro.
Way to go, asshole.
My sense of humor died in this debate. Whatever was left of it was gone. It just died under the cringe of those 90 minutes. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed it.
You enjoyed it?
Right.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was good moments. I like when he stutters. I like when Joanne stutters and resets and he starts buffering.
Right.
And I like when Donald Trump ignores the questions and makes the faces or whatever. Like when he's like unfazed. I like when Biden he starts speaking gibberish and the insults. I think that's funny.
Yeah, the insults are funny, but do you have an appetite for like reality?
I don't know if I like to hear that very important presidential debate is funny. I'm not sure if I like the sound of that. Oh, that's funny. Oh my God. Fly.
Reality TV and like super cringe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I mean everybody does, right?
No, see that's the thing. I could never watch reality TV growing up because like the secondhand embarrassment was over. Like, you remember William Hung from was it American Idol, the She Bang guy? Remember that? Like
no, I don't.
He tried to sing She Bang in front of Simon Cowell and all the others.
Oh yeah, classic.
Right.
I don't.
It killed me. I died. That was my first death. I was reincarnated afterwards because I couldn't handle the embarrassment. Everyone else was laughing. I just thought it was super cringe. So yeah,
it's good to have a reminder that it's made for you. It's done for you, and even though it feels like a gift you don't deserve, you deserve it because you deserve to laugh, and people deserve to laugh, and they gift that to you. It's TV.
I'd like to return that gift. That was brutal. All right. Well, Stephen, good luck tomorrow. I'll be watching. It's now your turn to be Biden's strongest soldier. I believe in you.
Well, he didn't text me back yet, so maybe I don't have to go on.
Nope.
Please, God.
Yeah, you should follow up. Send a follow-up text. You've got to be there. If you're not there, it's going to be a panel with fucking Ben Shapiro, Benny Johnson, and
but it's always, and I have to deal with all these fucking centrists that are, like literally can barely speak because they're still like digesting Trump's last load. Like, ugh, kill me.
I'm a centrist, and I'm doing that right now, actually.
That's good. I'm
glad.
Oh
God. All right. See you guys.
All right.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House.
Whoops, we're not doing that. So that's over. I want to check something. So how is everybody feeling? I feel tired. I've been streaming for 10 years or something. You know? Oh my goodness. Whew. So I'm feeling a bit tired. How long has this stream been? We're 5 hours. Gosh, how did you like the Steven thing? How was that? Work is almost done. Oh, you've almost finished work. What time is it? How long do you work? What's happening? How long is it that you work? How long hours do you work the work? Me? Oh, I'm working right now. Aren't I? Sort of. Well, not sort of, definitely. And one thing I easy to predict is destiny being destiny. I guess. I guess that's true. Destiny being destiny is indeed something that is easy to predict. It is true. Oh, you work at home, right? Work at home, correct? So there we have it. My goodness. Whew. Some days at home and some days where? One moment. I'll be right back with you. We've done the video. Oh, we might as well turn myself into a full... Oh, I am a full screen. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Wowzers. Oh. BRB. BRB. In office. So you're in your office right now. What time is it in where you are right now? Isn't it like super late at night? You're at office late at night? Do you see Deserves more donos? For real, for real? Well, it's unfortunate. There's only 7 people here, so I am not sure if I'm gonna be showered with donations tonight. Tonight's not gonna be a donation night. Or today. And I'm gonna be traveling today later as well. I'm gonna be traveling to a different part of Poland in order to sort of secure a piece of hardware. A crucial energy related piece of hardware that I'm going to have to sort of secure, you know? So that is okay. It's 5:25 right now here. $5.25. You know? So I have to take into consideration that I think about I'm going to be leaving the house at about 3 or 4 hours. Then I have to make a call. And then I need to travel. We'll see. I'm going to be traveling. And hopefully, by the end of that travel tomorrow, I will have in my hand a beautiful, beautiful piece of hardware. Isn't that great? Aren't you all super happy that that is the trajectory? Wah. I love hardware. Me too. Me too. Although, unfortunately, it will not be the hardware for the laptop for streaming. It will be a different type of hardware. Still very important hardware, but a different type of hardware nonetheless. It won't be the laptop. I haven't made enough money for the laptop, but it's gonna be an energy related piece of hardware, so that's good. We'll see. We'll see. Certain things are proving to be difficult for me because of certain limitations that I'm under. But I'm really hoping things will go well for me one way or the other. Oh gosh, I'm thinking as to what to I'm thinking intensely if to continue, if to push on, since I'm going to be doing the travel by train. It will take me 2 hours. It'll take me 2 hours by train. Do you have vocational fireworks in Poland? It's 4 here and kids are out. Depends on the occasion. Sometimes there is sort of like an occasional. Sometimes. But sometimes it's not. So you know. I like there to be. Oh no, animals hate fireworks. Animals, like fireworks are horrible for animals. That is really bad. You know? The fly is still here. The fly is still here. So yeah. Whew. The fly is a side character today. That's true. I'll have to kill the side character. I have to destroy the side character forever. The side character has to die. Okay, it has to be gone. It has to be dealt with. But I think I'm going to rest a bit because I'm going to have to travel and secure a thing. So take a little bit of a rest. 3 hour, no, maybe less. Gosh, how much should I sleep? Oh gosh, I hope everything goes well today. Lucy's best MC? Well, we'll see. Okay, I guess I'll see you. I'll see you soon-ish, soon-esque. So, bye-bye and yes. Yes. Thank you. I mean, it's safe travel. It is literally safe travels. It's in Poland, so it's gonna be safe travels. It's just gonna be from one part of Poland to the other. No, it might be bad. We'll see. I just hope I won't be wasting time. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Well then. Good night. Good night. Sleep tight. Or good morning.